Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 201-225. Chapter 201, Blood of Second Order. Bai Zeman was a bit surprised to hear the list of higher factions Lilith knew. Somehow there were more of them than he expected. However, soon his attention was directed to the 7th and 8th faction she named. The Army of Evolution, led by the zombie ancestor. Devourers and Destroyers, led by a beast who calls himself Star Devourer. Lilith. Could it be that zombies and beasts can also become strong to such an extent? Bai Zeman secretly felt a little worried. I mean, from the beasts it was something I expected to a certain point, but zombies too. Zombies, so far, were the least dangerous creatures to mankind. If you put aside their terrifying appearances and overwhelming numbers, they were so slow that even a 4-year-old child could run from them if they wanted to. But apparently things were not so simple, to mankind's misfortune. Of course it is. Lilith didn't even think about it and answered in a matter-of-fact voice, zombies are a bit of a special species among all evolutionary species. As you well know, the mana inside the zombie's body is mana that they couldn't control when the soul record awakened the mana of the world. But if any zombie manages to acquire enough intelligence to stop being just a mindless savage beast, and manages to control that mana, then they will naturally start to become strong at astonishingly high speeds. So far, zombies have been leveling up very slowly as they only absorb mana from the surroundings and only occasionally gain some soul power when they kill an enemy. But this won't stay this way forever, and there will come a time when zombies will have intelligence in no way inferior to humans. Generally, and unless some kind of anomaly impossible to explain happens, a world has 10 years of time before the second phase of evolution begins. Many things will change when that happens. Lilith pointed out in a serious voice. Bai Zeman felt that the more he listened, the more headache he got. He already had his hands filled with everything that was going on. He just couldn't imagine a world even more chaotic than the world he was currently living in. Facing intelligent zombies was by no means a joke. Zombies could be considered the weakest of the weak. But at the same time they were the most terrifying. Their ability to infect was something that even Bai Zeman himself did not dare to face. This was because the mana inside the zombie's body was evil mana, and if he was attacked by that evil mana, there was an extremely high probability that all the mana inside his body would start to spiral out of control and mutate. The mere thought of imagining fast, intelligent zombies with such a capacity to infect was something that Bai Zeman could not tolerate. Forget it. Bai Zeman refused to pursue the matter further. At this point he agreed with Lilith's statement earlier, when I am strong enough everything will come naturally. Knowing more at this point will not only not help, but will give me more worries than I already have. It's good that you know that. She nodded with a smile. Well, let's get started then. You're going to start hammering. No, I haven't evolved blood manipulation yet. Lilith was speechless. Hurry up. My demon god, what have you even been doing all this time? Just leave it. He replied somewhat embarrassed. Did you forget it? With everything that had happened, Bai Zeman didn't even remember about the evolving skill requirements. It was only 1 or 2 hours ago that he remembered that he could now fulfill all the requirements. Bai Zeman walked over to a huge bookshelf that took up almost an entire wall, which was filled with neatly stacked bottles of blood arranged in order. Small black and white signs described the type of blood each bottle contained. This had been arranged by his housekeeper Qin Ming and a few other maids. Bai Zeman had to admit that Qin Ming was really excellent. She had carried out his orders to the letter while he was away. Unclassified blood was the most abundant. There were hundreds of liters, if not thousands. First-order blood was relatively more scarce, but even then there were at least 20 or 30 bottles filled to the brim with this precious blood. This blood had the capacity to strengthen the body of an evolved human to a great extent if consumed in the right way. A normal human could not drink such a thing. If a normal human drank first-order blood, their body would definitely explode into thousands of pieces. Normal humans could only drink unclassified blood and in small quantities. As for second-order blood, there was none of that here. Now, Bai Zimin took out a bottle filled with blood from his backpack and looked at it with intense eyes. Somehow I feel that you appreciate that blood more than me. It's just your imagination. The reddish blood looked more like a divine potion than blood. Unlike the unclassified blood and the first-order blood, the second-order blood not only didn't smell bad at all, but it gave off a strange, very faint glow as if it was a precious gem. You're thinking of drinking it, aren't you? Stop reading my mind, you naughty little succubus. I knew it, I swear I knew it. Bai Zimin said nothing more and instead opened the bottle cover slowly. A fragrance similar to fruit juice assaulted his senses immediately, and just breathing in that smell he felt his whole body relax tremendously. Just a single order of difference, but such is the change. Bai Zimin marveled. Each order is a world apart, I told you. Lilith rolled her eyes. Bai Zimin nodded and brought the spout of the bottle to his mouth. Soon, he began to drink the liquid inside the bottle in large gulps. Fortunately there was no one else present or they might be frightened. Putting aside the fact that he was drinking blood, he was drinking the blood of a second-order beast while he was just a first-order existence. This was no different than suicide. With your health stat barely comparable to a second-order and with your stamina comparable to a third-order existence, probably only you could do such a crazy thing on this planet. Lilith sighed as she looked at him. After drinking about half of the bottle, Bai Zimin stopped. He even licked his lips and nodded with a smile. Ugh! Soon, his smile froze as an embracing warmth filled his veins and his head began to pulse as if it were his heart. This was the first time Bai Zimin directly drank blood from a beast, let alone a second-order one. In the past he had also drank first-order blood but only cooked. The problem was that he at that time did not manage to receive basically any benefit, since when he evolved to First Order and eliminated a good number of First Order beasts during the battle at the university, his soul power was much more powerful. But things were different now. Chapter 202, Requirements Met, Evolving Blood Manipulation. The lower the level and the lower the order of the existence, the more benefits one would receive if by chance of destiny, luck, or by real skill, succeeded in defeating and killing a higher level existence of a higher order. The clearest example was the effect and the amount of soul power absorbed. Back then, when Bai Zimin faced a first order existence for the first time, he went directly from level 15 to level 20 with a single step. The same thing happened recently when he killed the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear. Just one kill sent him from level 40 to level 45, apart from acquiring a lot of additional stats as a reward. Bai Zimin had made a wild and rough estimate just based on his experience so far and deduced that to rise from level 40 to 45, he would have to have killed hundreds of thousands or even millions of enemies, or at least 100 to 200 first-order creatures. That's how hard it was to accumulate soul power and level up by defeating weaker beings. But, after defeating someone of a higher level and of a higher order, the amount of soul power and its purity was not the only reward one could obtain. The enemy's entire body was a treasure in itself. Their furs could become tough armor and their bones could become powerful weapons. Bai Zimin's group of survivors used bones as knives. These bones were even sharper than a real knife burning at high temperatures. In addition to furs, bones, tendons, and more, flesh and blood were another treasure. As a first-order existence level 45, Bai Zimin would naturally obtain good benefits from drinking the blood of an existence not only 13 levels higher than him, but also a higher order. You have received health plus 29. Your first-order level 1 superhuman health skill has leveled up. First-order superhuman health level 5, increases the effects of healing skills on you by 20%. Plus 200 health points permanently. The strange feeling of pain and pressure he felt soon disappeared and 3 messages flashed in Bai Zimin's eyes almost at the same time as everything calmed down. Whoa! That's a lot of health! He exclaimed in shock. He was definitely expecting benefits, but he wasn't expecting that much. That's natural. Lilith smiled sweetly as she waved her little feet dangling in the air. A second-order existence has a great deal of health. Why do you think that bear didn't die even after all the blows you gave it, and even survived a heavy bombardment from those machines? Bai Zeeman was silent and soon realized that Lilith's words were true. The higher an existence was, the longer its life expectancy was. Therefore, the health naturally was higher, and the higher the health the harder it was to kill this existence. Each statistic played an important purpose. Even the most seemingly useless statistic, health, was incredibly important, and it had saved Bai Zeeman from many problems. I can feel the speed at which my wounds are recovering increase. Well, you just gained 109 health points in total if we add the 80 points you received when your skill leveled up. Before you ask me, the skill leveled up because of the second-order beast blood. That kind of blood is a treasure for the current you. I see. Lilith had told him before, but, in the world there were many treasure and plants like the one he obtained in the university when he killed the first-order anti-magic zombie was not the only type of treasure. This second-order blood, for example, was a treasure for him. I'll give some of this blood to Shangguan Bing Shui as well. Bai Zeeman reasoned carefully. She's probably the only one capable of withstanding the effect of second-order blood right now. I should also give her a lightning fruit after Zhongda and Fu Suifeng obtain a fruit first. That's good. Lilith nodded. It was undeniable that Shangguan Bing Shui was powerful and important. Lightning fruit was the name Bai Zeeman had given to the fruits of the mutated plant, a plant that he had conveniently named Thousand Lightning Plant. At this time, the Thousand Lightning Plant had 5 fruits. Too bad. These fruits had barely begun to ripen, and Bai Zeeman estimated that it would take at least 7 to 15 days for them to fully ripen. If it were a normal plant it would probably take more time, but with the evolution of the world, things had changed considerably. Now, Bai Zeeman looked at the remaining half bottle of blood and scrolled through his records for a while before finally stopping when he found what he was looking for. Blood manipulation, first order active skill, level 5. This skill can evolve to the next order if the following requirements are met. Collect 100 liters of blood from 50 enemies level 5 or higher, 100/100. Collect 10 liters of blood from 5 first-order enemies, 10/10. Collect 1 liter of blood from 1 second-order enemy, 1/1. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next order? Seeing this window, Bai Zeeman could not help but secretly sigh. Other than joy, his current emotions were really hard to describe. Back then, barely a day had passed since the unknown entity called Soul Record arrived on Earth when he along with Lilith saw the evolution requirements of his only skill at that time, blood manipulation. The first time Bai Zeeman saw these requirements he didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he had no idea how terrifyingly powerful first-order existences were, let alone second-order existences. However, he could remember how Lilith smiled bitterly. This alone was enough for him to know that it would not be easy to evolve his main skill. When he had his battle to the death against the first-order blazing beetle, the first-order existence he had met, Bai Zeeman finally came to understand the difficulty of such a task. Only a first-order beast with remarkable weaknesses had put him in a miserable condition. How could he get the blood of 5 such enemies, and even worse, the blood of one infinitely more powerful? At that time, for him, evolving blood manipulation to second order was nothing more than a distant and remote dream, as unreachable as the distant stars were to the humans who were locked inside this world. For him in those days, it was not even worth thinking about such things. But now, almost a month later, he had managed to overcome all the obstacles that the new world had put in his path. No matter how hard or how cruel the trials that fate imposed on him, he gritted his teeth and endured. He never complained to anyone. He just endured and fought hard every day, barely having even some time to get a proper night's sleep. Almost a month ago, he believed that evolving his main skill was an impossibility. Almost a month later, he had managed to fulfill all the requirements that the Soul Record had set for him to evolve blood manipulation. One moment we might be desperate, but who knows? The next instant we might be at the absolute peak. Bai Zimin was far from the absolute pinnacle, he wasn't particularly aiming for the peak either. He just wanted to be stronger in order to control his own destiny. He just wanted to be stronger enough, so that tomorrow another mysterious entity wouldn't appear and bring down his day-to-day life as it happened with the soul record. Maybe, sensing the complicated emotions he felt, Lilith said softly. Only by experiencing hardship can human beings appreciate the moments of calm. Only by experiencing pain can one appreciate joy. For a star to shine, darkness has to exist. You experienced a lot, but isn't this a good way to be rewarded for your efforts? In your own hands, and with your own body, you are experiencing how little by little, that which you thought was impossible, in reality was not as far away as you believed. Hearing her words, a smile unconsciously appeared on Bai Zimin's face. Indeed, with all that had happened in his life, he had changed. He had changed so much that his past self would probably be shocked beyond words if he saw him. But this was natural, it would be impossible for him not to change, life pushed him and forced him to change. Fortunately, those pushes and those changes also came with rewards. Evolve. With a single thought, his first and main skill started the evolution phase. Chapter 203, Second Order Blood Manipulation and Second Activation. With Bai Zimin's words as command, the soul record immediately began to work, demonstrating its might once again. The bottles of blood that were neatly stacked on top of the rack began to move until the corks that sealed off the inside from the outside began to slowly rotate until they opened as if an invisible hand was controlling them. Now losing the obstructing object, the blood inside of approximately 20 bottles slowly rose and began to fly into mid-air. No matter how many times I see it, I don't get bored of this. Bai Zimin commented as he watched in wonder as the litter of blood inside the bottle he held in his hands magically levitated and joined the rest of the blood to form what appeared to be a huge spiral. With the united sight of the unclassified blood, the first order blood, and the second order blood, even someone who didn't know what was going on here would definitely know which blood was better due to the clear difference in quality. The blood of exactly 66 enemies that were slaughtered by Bai Zimin began to rotate slowly at first, but in a matter of seconds the rotation speed was gaining speed until it was no longer possible to differentiate what was what. The only thing in sight was a huge orb of blood spinning surprisingly fast. Just as Bai Zimin wondered what was next, the mana of the world around him shook violently. He could clearly sense the immediate change. The mana is flowing into the blood. Bai Zimin pointed out in amazement. The soul record can control the mana at will and can do whatever it wants with this energy. Lilith added calmly as she observed the changes in the blood with sparkling eyes. The bloody sphere began to slowly light up from the center. At first it was just a small luminous dot, but before long that small dot spread like the waves of the sea to the entire sphere, and in a matter of seconds the entire orb began to glow with an intense light ruby color. The glow of the bloody sphere was so bright that Bai Zimin and Lilith unconsciously closed their eyes to avoid being blinded. Tink! A tinkling sound echoed softly in the middle of the silent room, and when Lilith and Bai Zimin opened their eyelids again they were surprised to find that the blood sphere along with the miraculous glow was nowhere to be seen anymore. It failed? Such a thought flickered in Bai Zimin's mind, and for a moment he was startled. However, he soon shook off that thought forcibly. Such a thing cannot happen, he said to himself. Indeed, a moment later, both he and she looked down to the floor to see what the previous sound had been, and there they saw a small blood-red pearl giving off a faint miraculous shimmer. This is... Bai Zimin bent down and picked up the object in his hand, marveling at how soft it felt to the touch. Just eat it, Lilith urged as she looked at the red pearl in his hands. That small pearl is probably the trigger to evolve your blood manipulation. That's unusual. Bai Zimin frowned as he received no description of the object in his hands. Although he found it strange that his skill did not directly evolve as his past skills did, he ate the pearl without hesitation. As the pearl went down his throat and into his body, Bai Zimin felt all his blood heat up for a split second before returning to normal. All the energy from the blood pearl seemed to flow into his soul, more specifically, into the red rune that represented his blood manipulation skill. The rune of the skill glowed and its reddish color deepened a bit at the same time as a strange additional engraving appeared on the rune. You have evolved blood manipulation to the next order. Blood manipulation, second order active skill, level 1, first order blood manipulation level 5 power multiplied by 2. Your blood weapons have a 10% chance to inflict critical hit when hitting an enemy. Second activation, consume 20 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point every 5 seconds. Envelop your weapon or a part of your body with a crimson blood flame, increasing your physical attack power and magical attack power by 20%. Bai Zimin's eyes flashed at the sight of the blood manipulation evolution and his heart pounded against his chest fiercely. Only one thought was in his head at this moment: strong. Bai Zimin felt that all the efforts he put in and all the trials he had to overcome to get this far were really worth it. The power of the skill had been multiplied x2, this in itself was amazing considering all that he could do with this skill. Already terrifying with its previous power, one could imagine how terrifying blood manipulation was with its doubled power. In addition, as a bonus, blood manipulation gave Bai Zimin a 10% chance of inflicting a critical hit when using blood weapons against his enemies. This meant that the current him had a 40% chance of critical hit as long as he met the requirements. 10% came from his one hit to kill title. 20% came from his passive skill throwing. And the last 10% from second order blood manipulation. Just imagining the power of Crimson Blood Judgment, a third order skill, with a critical hit, made Bai Zimin's hair stand on end. Moreover, the second activation was something Bai Zimin did not expect to receive. A second order skill did not always possess a second activation, and most of the time, even in the third order or fourth order, skills only received general boosts but not a skill attached to the main one. The case of lightning movement was a rarity. Not for nothing did one of the archangels of the army of heaven, Gabriel, a seventh-order existence, possess this skill as his main skill. The second activation of blood manipulation was actually a crimson blood flame that increased both his physical attack power and his magical attack power by 20%. If Bai Zimin used his skills well along with his blood berserker job and blood will, the overall power increase he would receive could reach up to 110% against beings of his own order and up to 130% against beings more powerful than him. A 130% increase in his overall attack power was no joke. This was an amount that could scare any being if they found out about. At this point, Bai Zimin was confident that if he encountered that second-order bear again he would definitely not end up in such a miserable state as he ended up in after the battle. I knew you would definitely receive a second activation. But I didn't expect one that would increase your already terrifying battle power even more. Lilith sighed, seemingly exasperated. Although she said that, Bai Zimin could notice a small smile on the corner of her lips that revealed her true feelings. Bai Zimin felt like hugging her or squeezing her cheeks, but in the end restrained himself. What needed to be done has already been done. Now let's start working on my next equipment. Chapter 204, Selecting a Weapon. The first thing Bai Zimin did was to take out a sheet of paper and a pencil. Then, he simply stood silently with a strange look on his face. Lilith stood silently at a short distance, looking at him. However, after more than 5 minutes passed and he still showed no signs of movement, the beautiful sixth-order higher existence finally became a little impatient and asked in a puzzled voice. What are you doing? If you continue to be lazy you won't get your paycheck at the end of the month. Wasn't he supposed to get to work? All she could see was a person standing around doing nothing. Are you my employer? Bai Zimin chuckled. Actually, I'm thinking about what kind of weapon I should use. I thought you were happy with swords. Lilith tilted her head prettily. That's not the point. Bai Zimin seemed to have trouble describing his thoughts. After a while of silence, he finally seemed to find the right words and continued, to be honest, while I'm more used to swords due to the fact that I've been wielding the Xianyuan sword back and forth since the beginning of the apocalypse, my blood berserker job grants me some knowledge and mastery over multiple types of weapons. Actually, the problem is something different. The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched a couple of times when she heard what the man in front of her said. So, his blood berserker job gave him the knowledge to control various types of weapons. Wasn't this cheating? You have a unique job this cheating, but you still complain about problems? Apologize to all those who spend tens of years and even centuries studying and training endlessly in order to master their weapons. Bai Zimin ignored the complaints of the beautiful succubus and pointed out his concerns. Let's leave aside the daggers. Normal swords are weapons that allow me to cut quickly, its uses are numerous, and no matter the situation they can prove great utility depending on how they are used. But at the same time, swords are not good at anything specific. Basically, swords are weapons that don't specialize in anything and are instead more balanced. Oh? So, you don't want to use a sword? Lilith asked with apparent surprise. It's not about that. It's more like, I'm looking for what kind of weapon would suit me best. An axe? I don't think so, even though my job is blood berserker, axes seem to be more for a barbarian with pure physical strength while I'm a mage and a fighter at the same time. How about a spear? Spear. Spears are good, they have a long attack range, their piercings are undoubtedly terrifying, they can swing around the body to ward off enemies, and can even be used to perform long-range attacks by throwing them. Bai Zimin muttered as he gently tapped the tip of the pencil on the white sheet. Then I guess a spear it is. Lilith asked as she secretly wondered what kind of weapon he had in mind. I don't think so. Well, if it was before evolving blood manipulation to second order, it might be. But with a second fire type activation available and considering how high my strength stat is, I feel like a spear isn't the right weapon of choice either. Bai Zimin was puzzled himself. Before, he was going to forge a spear. Although he was not used to this type of weapon, and it was 100% opposite to swords, a weapon he was used to using, spears were very much suited to his skills. But now, he began to hesitate and was no longer as confident as before. A weapon that suits the second activation of blood manipulation and at the same time gets the most out of your strength stat. Lilith frowned slightly and considered this matter seriously for a long time. How about a giant hammer like the one that human named Liang Peng used? It could also be a mace. She looked at him and asked somewhat uncertainly. Definitely not. Bai Zimin shook his head without hesitation. He said without a care in the world, hammers and maces are weapons I don't like. Besides, hammers and maces were weapons that did not suit his fighting style. On the other hand, it would also be missing the magic part of the equation. Lilith fell silent. The two were silent for what seemed like an eternity, thinking carefully. This was a matter of utmost importance. After all, depending on the weapon and its uses, Bai Zimin's overall strength could reach new heights and could even save his life in a battle to the death. For example, if he had a better or more suitable weapon for the situation, Bai Zimin could have fought better against the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. While he wouldn't necessarily have won, at least he wouldn't have suffered a loss. Right, loss. For him, that was a battle he was defeated even though the soul record considered him the winner. It was true that Bai Zimin had exploded the head of the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear with a kick, and it was true that he had seriously wounded it before that. But he was aware that had it not been for the quick arrival of the IFV-M3, the one who would have died would not necessarily have been the bear. The M3 IFVs made the already wounded beast suffer greatly, and it was thanks to Shangguan Bing Shui that Bai Zimin was able to kill the enemy. If it wasn't for her intervening just in time, he could not have stopped the beast's footsteps, nor could he have prevented it from fleeing deep into the forest. Seconds turned into minutes, and before Bai Zimin or Lilith realized it, more than 30 minutes had already passed in silent thought. There were simply too many weapons and too many possibilities. Suddenly, Lilith's eyes glittered and she looked up to look at him. How about a two-handed greatsword? A two-handed greatsword. Bai Zimin's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky when he heard Lilith's words. A greatsword was a rather special and rare weapon. Great swords not only had the edge of a normal sword, but also possessed the power of a heavy great hammer and at the same time possessed a range similar to that of a spear. As if that wasn't enough, with the second activation of blood manipulation the weapon's power would increase explosively. Moreover, Bai Zimin could already imagine a powerful attack by using the unstoppable frontal charge magic skill that he obtained after defeating the reinforced iron boar back then. That's it. A great sword. He jumped up excitedly and unconsciously took a big step forward, closing the distance between him and Lilith. Under Lilith's surprised and slightly incredulous eyes, he clung to her face and planted a big kiss on her forehead. It could be said that this was the first time he initiated contact between the two of them on his own initiative. Lilith, you really are awesome. Bai Zimin seemed especially excited and didn't seem to realize what he had just done as he immediately began to draw on the sheet of paper with a smile. Lilith touched the spot he kissed just now with her fingertips and a strange glint flashed through her ruby-colored eyes as she looked at his back. Only she knew what she was thinking. Chapter 205, Blazing Scale Greatsword, Part 1. When constructing a building, the first thing needed to avoid problems in the future were the plans of that future site. The dimensions, the partitions, where each support beam would go, and so on. With blacksmithing the process was much less cumbersome. It was not imperative to draw a draft plan of the general idea that was to be built. But even then, Bai Zimin preferred to sketch out the shape and type of object he wanted to create. This made the process of creating the object much easier for him. After about 10 minutes, the sketch of a sword had appeared on the previously pure white sheet. The drawing was only in black and white, without any color. However, although Bai Zimin was not a genius-level draftsman, he still considered himself quite decent. Now I can start, he declared as he walked towards the pile of metals. Rather than metals, these items were actually mutated and evolved monster material. The noble citizens had worked hard to dismantle the armor of various high-defense monsters such as the iron-reinforced boar. While they still had a lot of work to do, the amount of materials Bai Zimin had received was considerably large. At the very least, he would have no problem creating several dozen pieces of equipment. There were materials with metallic properties of black, red, silver, blue, and various other colors. All of them from different monsters. Bai Zimin need to first understand the material before starting to work. Let's start with this one. First he took a pair of tongs, which he used to pick up a large scale with metallic properties that was more than 30 centimeters long and belonged to a first-order snake. With a wave of his hand followed by a thought, the blazing ring glowed softly and a crimson-red flame flew out into the smithing furnace. Just as the flame seemed to want to devour everything, Bai Zimin hurriedly threw 5 unclassified soul stones into the furnace. Surprisingly, the flames seemed to calm down a bit and instead of going wild they made an effort to devour the soul stones. Fortunately this actually worked. Bai Zimin sighed in relief as he saw that his temporary workroom was not turned into a raging hell. Normal flames would definitely have trouble melting metal that was enveloped by mana. Therefore, he had no choice but to look for a more powerful flame. The crimson flame of the blazing ring was quite strong, but Bai Zimin could not control it. Fortunately, Lilith had come up with the idea to entertain the flames with the soul stones and this idea was working to perfection. The soul stones contain a mixture of pure soul power and wild mana. Lilith calmly said, if you eat a soul stone you will undoubtedly get a boost of power depending on the degree of purity and order of the stone. However, this is only temporary as your body will definitely suffer a backlash that could even cost you your life. Unless it is a case of life and death where all hope is lost, you should never eat a soul stone. Bai Zimin nodded silently. His current strength was enough to resolve almost every dangerous situation he encountered and temporarily, unless he met a high-level second-order enemy, he believed that no one could force him into a corner. Like a small child finding a new toy, the crimson flame engulfed the 5 soul stones inside the furnace in an effort to eat away at the energy inside. Although little by little the soul power and wild mana from within the soul stone was being consumed, the crimson flame would need a long time before it succeeded, and while by the time such a thing happened the flame would become more powerful, Bai Zimin planned to mitigate it long before such a thing happened. Bai Zimin pulled the tongs towards the furnace while surrounding them with his own mana to protect them from the fire. On the other hand, the mana that remained in the red-colored metal should fight against the crimson flames. After a total of 30 minutes, the mana in the scale finally surrendered to the relentless attack of the crimson flame, allowing the fire to slowly begin to surround the material. So far, the flame of the blazing ring had demonstrated great power, this was an undeniable fact. However, against enemies with heavy armor or shells with metallic properties it was not especially useful. Its power could mainly show up against enemies with fur skins and the like. Even after 30 minutes, the red scale showed no signs of overheating. Bai Zimin could only sigh secretly and wait patiently. This is a magic flame, but it's already so hard. I don't even want to imagine how long it would take me to be able to red-hot this scale with a normal flame. Bai Zimin rejoiced. You'd probably have to spend days. Even then you wouldn't necessarily make it. Lilith said from beside him. Time passed as the two chatted with each other. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. The sky was practically completely red at this point, proof that the sun was at its final point for this day. The only thing that made Bai Zimin happy was that his mana consumption to protect the crimson flame metal tongs was not high at all. At most, he consumed 1 mana point every 10 minutes, and considering his high mana reserve, he would have no problem doing this practically all day without feeling the slightest setback. It had been an hour and a half since Bai Zimin had put the reddish scale from a first-order beast called Flaming Snake which had been defeated some time ago by Shangguan Bing Shuet. It was only then that the material began to overheat. Finally, Bai Zimin could not help but cheer. Bai Zimin was not an expert in blacksmithing, but at least he knew how to defend himself in this matter. When he saw the blood-red color of the material turn fiery red, he removed the tongs from the fire and while still holding the scale firmly between the tongs' teeth, he held it on the anvil without letting go. Hammer. When I called you master I expected other kinds of orders from you. In any case, here you go. Please put another scale in the fire. Yes sir. With the large scale of the flaming snake now reaching an exponentially higher temperature, Bai Zimin covered the hammer with his mana to make it even harder and more powerful before beginning to swing it with a serious expression. It was a bit challenging at first. After all, Bai Zimin didn't know how hard the scale was at its melting point. He swung the hammer with some softness at first, but as time went on, the strength he used for hammering increased more and more until it came to a point where he found himself hammering with all his strength. I think I can do it. Such a thought flashed in his mind, relieving him greatly as he noticed how little by little the scale with metallic properties of the flaming serpent began to change its shape under his will. Chapter 206, Blazing Scale Greatsword, Part 2 Last. The sun had set and the moonlight was the only source of light reaching the world on a starless night. Although this season should be especially hot considering that summer was approaching, the reality could not be more different. With the intervention of the mana on planet Earth, the world as a whole was changing little by little as well as the laws and rules that governed it. Not only the humans and the other beings that inhabited this small blue planet of the Milky Way had to adapt to the changes, the world in which they lived also had to adapt and evolve little by little. Although it was not as bad as the last years where the weather was completely unpredictable, even with the control of the soul record it was still difficult to prevent a sudden storm even if the previous day had been extremely hot. In the center of the main square of the beginning village, the normal citizens, composed of that minority who didn't want to work or were simply no good at anything, gathered. In a corner, a large stall could be seen where a small number of people were preparing grains of rice before dipping them into a huge pot with a large amount of water before starting to prepare the food without much enthusiasm on their faces. Line up! A man armed with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle bellowed. His eyes filled with disdain looked at the people in front of him as if he was looking at drones instead of humans. The normal citizens, the lowest caste of survivors, lined up obediently under the gaze of a dozen armed men. None of them dared raise the slightest word of complaint or show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. These people knew that they were not looked upon favorably by anyone in the camp. But how could they be looked upon favorably? After all, while everyone was doing their part to make life better for everyone else, they were doing nothing but eating and sleeping. They knew that if they caused the slightest disturbance they would be discarded to the side. Even if someone bullied them, the leaders turned a blind eye as long as there were no serious injuries, rapes, or deaths involved. Therefore, these survivors behaved obediently like lambs as they waited for their rations for the night. Although it was after midnight, they were probably the last to eat because they had to wait until the soldiers and other personnel were free before receiving their meals. These were the consequences of being nothing but leeches. Luo Cheng had been living well recently. His younger sister Luo Ning had been leveling up under the care of the group's core evolvers, and he also managed to slowly rise through the ranks of power and was now the leader of this small group of people. Although he knew that he could not become a core member under the banner of the main leader, as long as he could bring food to the table it was enough for him. Luo Cheng, I leave you in charge of the rest. As Luo Cheng sighed internally and felt extremely grateful to Bai Zimin for making everyone's life simpler and better, a melodious but icy cold voice sounded a short distance away from him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Oh, of course. You can leave the rest to me. Thanks for your hard work as always. Luo Cheng couldn't help but bite his tongue when he saw Shang Guanbing Shui at such close distance. He was 3 or 4 years older than her, but he never ceased to be amazed by her beauty every time he saw her. Shang Guanbing Shui gave him a glance before nodding slightly and then looked towards the main villa that was shining like a sun in the middle of the night. After hesitating for a moment she walked towards it. As he looked at her slender back disappearing into the distance and appreciating her bright hair dancing in the wind, Luo Cheng couldn't help but let his heart race. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. She and I are two people from two different worlds. Let's focus on the reality before my eyes instead of such a distant fantasy world. He muttered before putting on a serious expression and starting to give some minor orders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Clang. 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 Inside a large well-lit room, the constant sound of metal clanging metal rang out constantly, and except for the breathing of the only two people in the place, the other sound that could be heard was the constant crackling of fire. The crimson flames danced softly within the furnace, still struggling to devour the soul power and wild mana contained inside the 5 soul stones. But even after several hours it had not succeeded. Pass me the next scale, please. Bai Zimin spoke loudly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The constant heat released by the magic crimson flame of a rare grade treasure inside a locked room was nothing to scoff at. Here you go. Lilith, now in her lily form, approached him with a red scale that burned at high temperatures, but she held it in her bare hands as if she were holding a normal rock. This should be the last one. A few more details to touch up and that should be it. Bai Zimin took the tongs and carefully grabbed the red-hot scale. Then, he placed the scale right on the open part that had been purposely left open by him before he started hammering with all his strength. Clang! 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 Little by little, the scale changed its shape, and thanks to the burning heat it began to melt and join the other scales, scales that had now joined together to form a huge red sword. If it was in the past, Bai Zimin's strength probably wouldn't have been enough to mold these first-order scales at will. But after boosting his strength with the 60+ status points he had saved up, as well as the strength boost he received after absorbing the second-order bear's soul power, he could barely handle the work. While Bai Zimin was immersed in the smithy, the closed door leading to the outside opened softly and a small head covered in silver hair peeked around the corner at the same time as 2 beautiful blue eyes observed the situation inside. Lily looked in that direction and upon seeing Shang Guanbing Shui waved her hand indicating that it was okay to approach. Shang Guanbing Shui nodded and entered before carefully closing the door behind her again so as not to disturb Bai Zimin's work. She approached, and the closer she got to the furnace, the more surprised she became and the deeper her frown deepened. She really hated the fire and the heat. Her favorite season of the year had always been winter since she was a little child. Seeing Lily sweating so much that her clothes had stuck to her curvaceous body, Shang Guanbing Shui secretly sighed. This woman endured all this heat for so many hours just to accompany him. She thought at the same time as she spent a small point of her mana to cool the surrounding air, she was especially careful not to cool the area where Bai Zimin was, as the hotter the area he worked in the better the results would be. Lily looked at Shang Guanbing Shui with funny eyes before smiling sweetly and thanking her softly, to which she responded with a simple nod. The reason Lilith was sweating so much was to pretend. If she was perfectly fine while Bai Zimin was sweating it would have been unusual, and that was why she tricked Shang Guanbing Shui. What she did not expect was that the usually cold and indifferent ice princess would actually make such a kind gesture towards a stranger. As the sound of clanging metal rang out, the two women silently watched the man working. Bai Zimin was so focused on the work he was doing that he didn't even notice anyone else in the room. This was the first time he had worked in the forge for a long time, and he was also working with materials precious to him. His first weapon depended on it. Therefore, he focused his 200% on the hammer in his hands and the evolved monster material. After hitting the same scale for 20 minutes, Bai Zimin started to ask for some more materials without looking back. Sometimes it was Lilith who passed them to him, and sometimes it was Shang Guanbing Shui since she was closer. But Bai Zimin didn't seem to mind any of this, as he only hammered when he had to pound metal or tied knots when working on long strips of leather. After about another 2 hours or so, Bai Zimin's movements stopped completely. He again wiped the accumulated sweat from his forehead with his forearm and sighed. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth and he unconsciously nodded, seemingly satisfied as he looked at his creation. Not knowing that there was an additional person inside the room, Bai Zimin put down the hammer and touched the hilt of his new companion. Blazing Scale Greatsword. Two-handed weapon. Rank, 1. Physical attack power, 750. When attacking increases attack power by 10% as fire-type damage. Durability, 2000/2000. Description, a heavy sword created primarily from first-order flaming snake scales. It has a faint amount of fire-type power along the blade. Chapter 207, Next item, Armor. Bai Zimin looked at his creation with an extremely pleased and satisfied expression on his face. He was far from being a talented blacksmith, but even then he worked hard to overcome that gap with effort and dedication. In the past, due to his family being only a middle-class family, Bai Zimin was always a very careful person. For him at that time, any skill was of use, as it could be useful to get any kind of job in the future. It was precisely because of this kind of mentality that he also endeavored to learn smithing. Fortunately he did, or else he would still have to use the Xianyuan sword. Although Bai Zimin did not know how powerful the blazing scale great sword he had forged was in comparison to the Xianyuan sword rare grade treasure, his instinct told him that he would definitely no longer have difficulty slashing his enemies. Besides, this was by far the piece of work he was most satisfied with to date. The blade of the blazing scale great sword was completely blood red in color, as it was composed solely of powerful and sharp scales of a first-order beast with a small rise separating the center from the sharp edges. At the top, the hilt was made of the armor from the first-order shining scale rhinos that he killed in the forest a few days ago. In addition, to prevent his hands from slipping on the hilt, Bai Zimin used bright golden-colored leather in the shape of a spiral as a hillock, which not only gave him a better grip but also made a great contrast with the dark hilt. The cross between the blade and the hilt was as wide as Bai Zimin's own shoulder-to-shoulder distance. His enemies could forget about trying to break through his defenses at that part. The blazing scale great sword in its entirety measured over 2 meters, being even taller than Bai Zimin himself. I guess I'll have to hang it behind my back diagonally if I don't want it to touch the floor. Bai Zimin scratched his head and sighed. He looked at the details of his blazing scale greatsword, but no matter how much he looked he didn't understand much. After all, he needed to test the weapon in combat to know how good those 750 points of physical attack damage were. What surprised Bai Zimin a bit was actually the appearance of a bonus. 10% of the attack power will be added as fire damage. But after thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zimin finally understood. The scales he used to make 90% of the great sword possessed a certain remaining fire-type aura due to the monster with fire-like skills from which the scales came from. Hey, what do you think about this? Lil. Bai Zimin wanted to ask Lilith what she thought about his creation, but when he turned around and noticed that there was another person inside the room, his words automatically got stuck in his throat. Shangguan Bing Shui? What are you doing here? How did this woman get in here? He was dumbfounded and unconsciously looked at Lilith as if searching for answers. Too bad for him, she simply shrugged her shoulders and said nothing about it. Shangguan Bing Shui had a strange expression on her face as she looked at him. She had been here for over an hour and had even participated a bit in the construction of the weapon on the workbench, but apparently he didn't really even notice her until now. I came to see how your work was going. She replied casually and looked at the giant sword before pointing, somewhat confused. That sword? Are you sure you can swing that thing up? Bai Zimin followed her eyes, and when he saw the great sword even he hesitated a little. This thing. He used over 400 scales to create the entire great sword. Some scales were crushed on top of another, piling many in one spot. The weight of this sword was something even he needed to check yet. Let's see it now. Bai Zimin muttered to himself and put a hand on the hilt. He flexed the muscles of his right arm and tried to lift the great sword with all his strength. Slowly, the great sword was lifted into the air by him. Although he could indeed lift it with only one arm, it was actually quite difficult for Bai Zimin to keep it up, so he hurriedly grabbed onto the hilt with his other hand as well, starting to use all his strength. It's actually a bit heavy. He nodded but still smiled. Though it is a bit heavy and in the long run it could be problematic, as long as my stamina doesn't drop too much it should be fine. The entire great sword definitely weighed over 1 ton. One could imagine the mess such a weapon could make if it hit the ground. Or the body of an enemy. Bai Zimin shuddered at the thought. The desire to want to try out his new weapon assaulted him, but he quickly suppressed it as he looked around the room. Filled with mutated and evolved monster materials. I should make a light armor too. He thought aloud. Shangguan Bing Shui shook her head and said calmly, I'll let you work then. Another reason I came here was to tell you that tomorrow we will begin to break through to the south, directly towards Baekwan camp. I see. Bai Zimin nodded. I probably won't leave for about a week. I plan to make weapons and armors for quite a few people, so it will take me some time. Make sure everyone knows the rules, and in case not, someone doesn't adhere to them. You know what I mean. Shangguan Bing Shui looked at him intently for a moment before nodding and turning to leave. While looking at her small back, Bai Zimin suddenly thought about something and stopped her. Hey, wait a second. Shangguan Bing Shui stopped her steps and looked over her shoulder at him with questioning eyes as she waited for his next words. What kind of weapon do you want? Although I think you are a mage, your melee ability is exceptional, so I don't know what your preference is. Hearing his question, Shangguan Bing Shui's small mouth opened slightly and her blue eyes sparkled strangely. For a moment she didn't know what to answer. What's with that surprised look? Bai Zimin was dumbfounded. This was probably the first time he had seen Shangguan Bing Shui surprised by something so small. Didn't I tell you that I was going to make weapons and armors for everyone? Shangguan Bing Shui shook her head, but this gesture was more for herself than for anyone in particular. She looked at Bai Zimin and then looked at Lily, who had been silent all this time. After several seconds, she walked towards the exit without saying anything. Just as Bai Zimin was beginning to get irritated, a clear voice rang in his ears. A sword. Thank you. The door opened and a moment later it closed again. The room was almost completely silent, the only exception being the steady crackling of the flames inside the smithing furnace. Well, that's already the second time she's thanked me, I guess. Bai Zimin shrugged indifferently and looked at the pile of materials surrounding him. His next target was a suit of armor for himself. Chapter 208, Magic Rune Inscriptions. With Shang Guanbing Shui's departure, the workshop again fell silent with Bai Zimin and Lilith in her human form being the only two life sources inside. So, what do you think of this great sword? Bai Zimin asked as he lowered his blazing scale great sword to the ground carefully. The last thing he wanted was to self-destruct his own workplace. After all, the weight behind the weapon was not a joke. Not bad. Lilith nodded with a composed expression. She was currently touching the hilt of the great sword so the details and information of the weapon flashed in her retina. What level is your blacksmithing skill currently? My blacksmithing skill is an unclassified passive skill level 3. To upgrade the skill to level 4? It says here that I need to craft another rank 1 piece of equipment. Oh? Not bad. To think that you managed to create a rank 1 weapon almost at the top even though your blacksmithing is barely level 3. Lilith praised honestly. What is this rank 1? This is the first time I've seen something like this. Bai Zimin was quite puzzled about this so he could only ask her about it. As you know, the treasures you obtain, like your Xianyuan sword for example, are treasures that the soul record interprets by using some of the soul power of the enemies you defeat. Lilith calmly explained as she played with the great sword as if she was picking up a toy. Do you know why these treasures increase stats and grant some other advantages but don't increase the actual attack damage? Bai Zimin nodded naturally, of course. The treasures are made of soul power, it's only natural that they increase stats when we equip them. How could a existence obtain stats? Absorbing soul power. Treasures were soul power in material form so it was only natural for them to increase stats. Bai Zimin's Xianyuan sword, Cai Jingai's Agarth dagger, Shang Guanbing Shui's magic wand. These were all clear examples. That's right. Lilith seemed satisfied with his sharp reply and continued, to increase tracking stats such as physical attack power, magic, or one's defense, one needs to create weapons and equipment using precious materials that contain mana. Like this blazing scale greatsword, for example. Now it all makes sense. Bai Zimin nodded and felt a new world open up before his eyes. Lilith continued to slowly and calmly explain, items created from precious materials are divided into ranks, with rank 1 naturally being the lowest. The highest rank is unknown, but so far only a few rank 7 items have appeared due to the difficulty in creating them. Oh? Apart from the blacksmith skill, is there more in play? Of course there is. Lilith nodded seriously. In the creation of any object, the rank of that object is affected by different factors aside from the level and order of the blacksmithing skill. To create a rank 1 object you generally need to possess the blacksmithing skill in first order as a minimum. Your case is special since thanks to your especially supernatural mana and magic you were able to strengthen the tools you work with while modifying the working materials. The rank of an object is also influenced by the materials used. If you use the bones of an unclassified monster you can't expect to produce a rank 2, let alone a rank 3 object, such a thing is foolish. Bai Zimin nodded in agreement. Materials naturally were important. If it wasn't for him using the precious scales of a first-order beast he definitely couldn't have made an item as good as the blazing scale greatsword. Besides, there's also another thing that influences an item's rank. Lilith sighed. What other thing? He pursued quickly. Lilith's sigh somehow made him uncomfortable. Magical rune inscriptions. She revealed. There is a skill called language mastery. This skill is only a first-order skill that can't even evolve but is unfortunately quite rare so only those especially lucky can acquire it. If by chance a person learns this skill and then, by chance, also acquires a magical runes book and studies it carefully, then that person will be able to inscribe runes of different types on weapons or other objects, increasing their power and highlighting their special characteristics even more. Bai Zimin's head began to ache. So many new things. But Lilith wasn't finished yet. You already saw the special characteristic of this blazing scale greatsword, didn't you? She questioned with a smile. Bai Zimin nodded. Indeed, his blazing scale greatsword had a fire-type special characteristic. That special characteristic only appeared there because you were lucky and thanks to the fact that the scales of that first-order flaming snake still possessed some remaining fire-like energy in them. But if you had a magic rune encryptor, that attribute could be more powerful and at the same time acquire more special characteristics. Even gaining an attached skill could happen depending on the skill of the encryptor. This was the first time Bai Zimin came into contact with an object created from precious materials or monster materials, so every word Lilith said was new to him. Even so, he paid close attention to everything that came out of her mouth, not wanting to miss the slightest detail. After chatting for about 30 more minutes, Lilith finally shrugged her shoulders and praised, "As I said, this great sword is undoubtedly great, hehe. Even among rank 1 armaments it ranks near the top as it narrowly reaches 1000 physical attack power. You should be proud of yourself." Bai Zimin smiled slightly but did not comment on it. Although he was proud, he still had a long way to go. Item creation was another way to become more powerful, and he definitely couldn't fall behind with his blacksmithing skill either. The higher the rank of items he could create, the more power he could wield. If only I could find a magic rune encryptor. Bai Zimin sighed inwardly but soon shook off such a thought. Such beings with such ability could not be looked for, only fate could bring them to him if it willed it. So, didn't you say you were going to make an armor next? Yeah. Bai Zimin frowned and pointed quietly. My full coat is a great treasure, there's no doubt about it. But anyway, normal sharp weapons can't get through my bronze skin, and normal bullets don't represent any danger to me either. Except for the +5 increase in all stats, the boost I get is no longer as much as in the past, so I think it would be good to replace it with an armor. His full coat protected him against smaller caliber bullets, but Bai Zimin's bronze skin passive skill also granted him such protection. While it was true that a penetrating bullet could injure and even threaten him, the full coat could not protect him against such ammunition. While it was true that the full coat's +5 to all stats was amazing, for the current Bai Zimin it was no big deal to lose 5 points in each of his stats. He preferred to pass this treasure to someone like Fu Suifeng or Zhongde, both of whom could get more out of it. The higher the level of Bai Zimin and the more he advanced between each order, the more insignificant the difference of 1 or 2 stats became. If he was facing beings of his caliber, then it was still fine, but against more powerful beings, such a tiny amount of soul power was insignificant and could not make any difference. Chapter 209, Steel-Tooth Dagger. It's a pity that the treasures coming from the soul record cannot be modified. Bai Zimin sighed. If he could modify the treasures coming from the soul record, then he wouldn't have to feel pain when abandoning old equipment, as he could simply upgrade them to match the constant progress of his overall strength. Some can be modified, but it's very difficult. Lilith pointed out with a bitter smile. Every treasure is made up of soul power, so it is extremely difficult to modify them. However, there are exceptions. In fact, you are holding a modifiable treasure in your hands. Bai Zimin was silent for a moment before a thought appeared in his mind. His eyes glittered with a strange light as he said, "Broken bronze bell." Correct. The broken bronze bell is a modifiable treasure capable of evolving. Lilith nodded but then threw a bucket of ice water on Bai Zimin's hopes, but this also depends since there aren't too many clues about the treasure itself. You will have to spend a lot of time investigating, but even then you won't necessarily get the clues to look for, or by the time you find such clues you won't necessarily need the protection of the bell anymore. Bai Zimin naturally understood what she meant. If by the time he knew the method of upgrading the broken bronze bell his strength had already surpassed a certain threshold, then what good was the treasure? At the end of the day there were many things that could only be left in the hands of fate. because the power one had was simply too insignificant in the big picture of things. There were many types of armor that could be created depending on the materials. Fortunately, Bai Zimin had a certain amount and variety, so he didn't have to stick to a specific type. Lamellar armor, scale armor, shell armor, shrimp armor, plate armor, and so on. Each of these had different advantages or different disadvantages depending on the material they were constructed from and the purpose they were to serve. I'll go with leather armor. Bai Zimin had already made up his mind. A plate armor wouldn't suit you considering you use a two-handed greatsword. Lilith expressed her thoughts calmly. If aside from the weight of a heavy two-handed weapon you add a plate armor, your movement speed will drop greatly and your overall combat ability will decrease a lot. That's why I say, a leather armor will have to do. He nodded. Leather armor could be found in any fantasy setting or medieval era, as it was one of the preferred and most used armor by those looking for a light defense that did not affect movement and was, above all else, cheap to manufacture. Highly resistant to any type of attack, whether cutting, pushing, hitting or piercing. Its main weakness was that it wore out quickly after a certain number of attacks. But Bai Zimin was not worried about this, as some occasional maintenance would solve the problem. Besides, he wasn't going to make normal leather armor. First of all, Bai Zimin crafted a dagger using one of the teeth of one of the first order shadow leopards. He sharpened the bottom, hammered times to shape it, heated the tooth, hammered again, then added a thin metallic coating to the bottom, heated the tooth again, and then hammered again. Although it sounded like a lot of work, with the experience of having already created a great sword, the process of making a weapon as small as a dagger took only 20 minutes in total. Steel Tooth Dagger. One-handed weapon. Rank, 1. Attack power, 350. Durability, 500/500. Description: a type of sharp dagger capable of being mass-produced due to its rapid creation. Naturally it could not compare to the blazing scale greatsword, which was natural considering that Bai Zimin had not bothered much to forge it. Even if they were both weapons of the same rank, the difference was simply too great to compare. After successfully forging a second rank 1 item, Bai Zimin's blacksmithing skill went up from level 3 to level 4, increasing his forging knowledge at the same time as his chances of forging a better item increased slightly. Now that he had a sharp knife, Bai Zimin began to work on the leather. While Lilith helped him to take his measurements and communicated them to him, he used the steel-toothed dagger to carefully cut into the black pelt of one of the first-order shadow leopards. Although he was not a tailor, the creation of leather armor was part of blacksmithing itself. As long as he was careful when cutting the animal's pelt, everything would be fine. It was precisely because of this that he forged a sharp dagger. What a pity that the pelt of the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear was completely destroyed. If it was in better condition I could have produced an armor many times better. Bai Zimin lamented as he slowly applied the last few cuts on the animal's dark fur. During his battle against the second-order archaic bear, Bai Zimin was worried about his life, so naturally he had no time to worry about the monster's fur. This led to the creature's fur being completely destroyed, which got even worse after it was bombarded by the M3s. You are probably the only first-order existence or one of the few who dares to think of a higher-order being as forging material. Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard that. Bai Zimin sighed and continued working. It was only after more than 30 minutes that he finally finished this part of the process. Before him were 2 large pieces of leather, one shaped like pants and the other shaped like a chest plate. The next thing he did was to prepare 2 huge pots with water and let them boil moderately. When the water was at its peak, Bai Zimin removed both pots with Lilith's help and carefully submerged the 2 pieces of leather. But this was not all. In addition to immersing the leather pieces in boiling water, Bai Zimin and Lilith casually threw in several pieces of black armor from the first-order shining scaled rhinos that had been defeated in the forest. Slowly but surely, the leather began to absorb the hot water, and as a result, the black armor that were hot but not to the point of melting, began to adhere to the dark leather. But since Bai Zeman did not want the scales to stay on anywhere on the armor, he had to work to move the scales and place them on the points he wanted to protect the most, mainly exposing the connections between each limb to avoid obstructions when moving. After making sure that the metal plates were firm, Bai Zeman took advantage of the fact that the hot water had softened the leather to use a bite punch and slowly began to create the holes through which his body would later enter. This whole process was extremely arduous and exhausting. A single mistake was all it took for the leather to be ruined and all the work to go to waste. After 3 hours of continuous work and extreme concentration, Bai Zeman removed both pieces from the water that had now turned blackish and brought them close to the fire. The crimson flames inside the furnace crackled around the soul stones, releasing great waves of heat throughout the room. The water in the leather dried at surprisingly fast speeds, and little by little, that leather that once looked weak, ugly, and pliable, began to harden, and the scales that were plaguing the entire leather began to release a surprising luster, giving the armor still in the process of forming a rather nice appearance. The drying process did not need human interference, so Bai Zeman took full advantage of the time and began to prepare the materials to create Shang Guan Bing Shui's sword, a bow for Chen He, a dagger for Cai Jing Yi and another for Fu Sui Feng, gloves for Zhong Di. He even needed gloves for himself. Realizing the amount of work ahead of him, Bai Zeman could not help but smile bitterly. I'll really have to stay in here for several days. You will see the fruits of your efforts when you leave this workshop. Believe me, you will be surprised yourself when you see the changes your work brings not only on yourself, but on all those who follow you. Lilith smiled sweetly. Her smile was as sweet as honey and as warm as the spring breeze after a cold and stormy night. Bai Zeman felt the weight on his shoulders lighten, and his mood greatly improved just by seeing her smiling. He began to work and separate the materials he would use next. Bones from First Order Frost Control Lion, teeth from First Order Shadow Leopards, poisonous teeth from First Order Jiaolao Snakes, parts of the hardest bones from First Order Armored Elephants, and many more. Bai Zeman was aware that he had a great deal of work to do. But he was not worried since he was not alone and had company. But even if he was alone, it was nothing to him anyway. After all, he was already used to loneliness after spending so much time away from home. Of course, being used to being alone and loving that loneliness were two completely different things. Being alone for a while was good, but being alone for too long was not good for anyone, therefore, he really appreciated having someone by his side. Chapter 210, Bloodthirsty Wolf Full Body Armor Rank 2. At this moment, the beginning village was practically in total silence. Although occasionally the fierce roars of different distant beasts could be heard, causing some survivors to shudder in fear, everyone knew that as long as they did not leave the established security perimeter they would be fine. Except for the night patrol guards who had to do their duty until the team that would relieve them before dawn arrived, 90% were probably resting comfortably in their beds within the illusory safety of their homes. As for the 10%, they were probably releasing some accumulated stress by having relations with their couples. With the current world situation, if a man had enough strength, he could easily house and care for more than one woman. The same was true if a woman had enough power, they could also have weak men who were not even willing to pick up a firearm to fight. The village rules were very clear and explicit. One of these rules was that anyone who dared to force themselves on anyone would be immediately executed. This rule not only applied to normal citizens and noble citizens, it also applied to royalty. Therefore, soldiers also had to be very careful with their actions. Fortunately or not, while there was no love involved, there were many weak women who were willing to do anything not to experience the horrors of starvation or being eaten by a monster. As for the opposite case, while extremely rare and minor, there were also those. In this cruel new world, love was a luxury that only those with true power could afford to explore. Those who depended on external weaponry to possess some illusory strength that could disappear at any moment could only do their best to survive another day. Where would they find the time to carefully build a loving relationship? As to whether love would come later or not, only time would tell. Bai Zeman belonged to the rare minority who not only wasn't sleeping, but wasn't having fun either. he was working. By the time he finally finished organizing the material he was going to use, it had been almost 2 hours since he had put the leather armor aside to dry. This thing should be almost finished by now. Bai Zimin scrubbed his hands in anticipation. Although it was already past 3 in the morning, his entire being was brimming with energy and he felt practically not tired in the slightest. These were the benefits of constantly evolving towards something higher. Little by little he was shedding his mortal human shell, and although he still had a long way to go, the fruits of his efforts were constantly showing. Bai Zimin approached the leather armor and noticed that it was indeed already completely dry. The next step he did was to add some decorations that would also give extra defense to the chest plate, and added some sharp objects on the knees of the pants and on the elbows of the top piece. This would add more variety to his attacks and extra damage. Why do you add those spikes? Every self-respecting man should love spikes sticking out of armor. Are you a little kid or what? A suit of armor composed of 2 parts stood before him. This armor was as black as the night cloak that seemed to devour the entire world. Dozens of scales that shimmered with a faint jet glow seemed to adorn it, but more than that, they were a great defense for the weak points of the human body. Bai Zimin believed that even a penetrating bullet would not necessarily be able to pierce through the defenses of this armor unless it was a bullet specialized in penetrating armored vehicles like tanks. Done. As those words left his mouth, he and Lilith looked at each other with a smile before stretching out both hands at the same time. The windows containing the information and details flashed in their retinas instantly. Rending wolf pants. Lower armor. Rank, 1. Defense, 570. Physical attack power, 80. Durability, 450/450. Description: a pair of leather pants forged with great dedication by the hands of a blacksmith in his first steps. Can be upgraded to a higher rank if certain criteria are met. Rending wolf chest plate. Upper armor. Rank, 1. Defense, 770. Physical attack power, 80. Durability, 500/500. Description: upper leather armor with exceptional defense within its own rank considering the materials that have been used to forge it. Can be upgraded to a higher rank if certain criteria are met. The 2 items delighted Bai Zimin. The defense was even higher than he expected, and the plus 80 physical attack power property was something he didn't expect. Although he knew they came from the first order beast teeth he had put on some parts of both pieces of armor, he didn't expect that it would grant an extra characteristic to the pants and chest plate. But even before Bai Zimin or Lilith could say anything about it, another message flashed in the retina of both of them. Do you wish to combine Rending Wolf Pants and Rending Wolf Chest Plate rank 1 to form Bloodthirsty Wolf Full Body Armor rank 2? If you wish to proceed, you need to consume 2 first-order soul stones. This. Bai Zimin was dumbfounded as he read the same message over and over again. He had really put in a lot of effort to forge these 2 pieces of armor, of this there was no doubt about it. After all, his life depended on how good the defense of both items was. But little did he expect that such a great gift would fall from the sky. This was similar to buy 1 and take 2 free. Lilith read the message twice before a helpless smile appeared on her beautiful face. You. Really? I don't know what to say about it. Even she was speechless. Although rank 1 or rank 2 items were nothing in her eyes, the current situation was what left her so stupefied that she didn't know what to say or think. Generally, to forge a rank 2 item one needed the blacksmithing skill at the maximum of first order. But even then the probabilities of such an item appearing were not 100% certain. One could imagine then how surprised Lilith was. There was no doubt that Bai Zimin had been very lucky in this case. If he had not used 100% of the same materials for both pieces of equipment, and if he had not added the spikes. Thinking about this, Lilith looked at him and was not surprised when she saw him looking at her with a pretentious and arrogant face that for some reason irritated her so much. You see. He snorted with a cocky expression. Any self-respecting man must love spikes. Just do it already for once, damn it. At Lilith's somewhat grumpy voice, Bai Zimin without hesitation decided to evolve both pieces of armor to the next rank and fuse them together in the process. What a joke! Although losing 2 first-order soul stones was a bit painful considering he only had about 15 in total, it was a price he was willing to pay if it meant increasing his chances of surviving another day. Swoosh! 2 soul stones flew out from inside his backpack at the same time as the surrounding mana enveloped both pieces of armor and levitated them in midair as if 2 pairs of hands were holding them. Imagine seeing this before the apocalypse. I'd surely die of fright thinking they were ghosts. Ghosts exist too. Wait, really? Yes, really. Holy cow! As such a conversation took place between a 6th-order succubus and a 1st-order human, 2 existences that normally wouldn't belong together, the fusion process went smoothly. The 2 first-order soul stones exploded and the energy inside enveloped both pieces of equipment in a multicolored light that gradually became brighter and brighter until it reached a point where both objects could no longer be seen from the outside. At the same time, a message flashed across Bai Zimin's retina. Bloodthirsty Wolf Full Body Armor Rank 2 has been successfully completed. A full body armor as black as a wolf's mouth with spikes protruding from the shoulders, elbows, and knees, floated gently in mid-air before Bai Zimin's excited eyes. Even he could not keep calm in the face of such a beautiful sight. Chapter 211, The Fruits of His Hard Work. Fidgeting like a small child at Christmas anxiously awaiting the arrival of midnight to watch the fireworks and open his presents, Bai Zimin eagerly helped the armor down to the work table. From his point of view, the whole magnificent scene was too slow and was getting on his nerves. Immediately, the information and details of the new armor flashed across his retina like lightning. Bloodthirsty Wolf Armor. Full Body Armor. Rank, 2. Defense, 1150. Physical Attack Power, 350. When attacking with spikes, it has a 5% chance of inflicting critical hits to the enemy. Durability, 900/900. Description: a miracle of luck created by a lucky blacksmith after the exact and correct use of the same material in the formation of 2 different but equal objects that work to form a single one. Bai Zimin breathed a breath of fresh air when he saw the armor's defense. 1150 defense points. Compared to the 570 defense points of the previous Rending Wolf pants and the 770 points of the Rending Wolf chest plate, the difference was simply too big. Bai Zimin's upper body had gained almost 400 points of defense while his lower body had gained more than twice as much protection. Furthermore, in case the situation called for it or if Bai Zimin saw fit, when he used the armor's spikes he had an extra 5% chance of inflicting critical hit along with an attack power of 350, this was no different from having another extra weapon. After touching the armor and seeing the details, Lilith smiled slightly and praised, although it barely enters rank 2 and is actually quite weak, it is undoubtedly a great armor considering that Earth has barely been experiencing evolution for a little less than a month. Congratulations on your new acquisition. I hope you won't suffer so many injuries now and stop worrying me so much, kid. Thank you. Bai Zimin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At first everything was fine. He even couldn't help but rejoice a little at her preoccupation even though he knew it was probably only because in the future she needed his help for something. But her last word bothered him a little. Was the word kid necessary? Of course it was. At the end of the day you're just a virgin kid. Aren't you a virgin too? Then you're a brat. Kia, thank you for your praise. The corner of Bai Zimin's mouth twitched a couple of times. Of course she would be happy. After all, Lilith's age was probably equivalent to his millennial ancestor. Forget it. I won't argue with you, woman. How chivalrous of you. Bai Zimin ignored her and started to work. The next thing he made for himself was a pair of gloves. Currently, Bai Zimin was using a unique one-handed glove. It was a normal grade treasure that increased his strength stat by 5 points in addition to possessing an approximately 20 cm protruding blade that could be used as a weapon. Although in the past it was a good item, for the current him it no longer had too much impact, so he decided to change the glove. The gloves that Bai Zimin crafted were also made from the black leather of the First Order Shadow Leopard. In addition, he also used parts of the skull bones of a First Order Armored Elephant level 50. After preparing the leather and creating 2 mitten-style gloves that left half of his fingers exposed for easy grip on his weapon, Bai Zimin began furiously hammering the tiny but extremely hard bones he was going to use next. Woo! What's with that battle cry? You're just hammering a bone. The skull of the First Order Armored Elephant level 50 was really hard. Bai Zimin had to hammer for a total of 2 hours to separate the parts he wanted to use. Then, what he did was to reheat the leather and glue these white bones on the 8 main knuckles of both gloves. Skull Breaker Glove. Weapon and Armor. Rank, 1. Defense, 200. Physical Attack Power, 250. Durability, 400/400. Description: a simple but effective creation using first-order materials that provides its wearer with protection and power. Both gloves were exactly identical. Just as the description said, they were simple but undoubtedly effective. Should I make boots too? He hesitated a bit regarding this matter. Forget it, little Zeman. Boots will only give you defense and nothing else. You need a magic rune encryptor to get a movement speed bonus. Lilith shook her head softly and stopped him. In that case forget it. In the end, he gave up. Defense for the sole of his foot in exchange for losing agility? No thanks. Bai Zimin wasn't interested. Bai Zimin spent the rest of the early morning working on his own personal equipment. By the time he finally stopped swinging the hammer for the first time, it was already 9 in the morning. Whoa! When did it become daylight? He gasped. You were so focused on what you were doing that you didn't even realize it was already daylight. I don't know whether to praise you or not. Lilith was speechless. Well, at least it was worth it. Bai Zimin sighed in satisfaction as he looked at the objects in front of him. A blood-red greatsword over 2 meters long with no less than 40 centimeters wide, a full-body armor as black as night, a pair of gloves the same color as the armor with sturdy dark knuckle bumps, a scabbard a bit larger than the greatsword of the same color with some decorations here and there, and last but not least, a somewhat ragged cloak attached to 2 shoulder pads matching the armor. Bright armored shoulder pads. Upper armor. Rank, 1. Defense, 480. Durability, 800/800. Description: an especially high defense considering it is only a shoulder pad due to the good material used during the creation process. Both shoulder pads were exactly the same. Bai Zimin had used part of the armor of one of the First Order bright-scaled rhinos and some more pieces of the armor of a First Order armored elephant. Shadow Wolf Cloak. Special Item. Rank, 1. Defense, 500. Durability, 300/300. Description: with the idea of protecting his back, a novice blacksmith used First Order materials to ward off surprise attacks. Seal Flame Scabbard. Special Item. Rank, 1. Physical Attack Power, 100. Defense, 100. Has the capacity to block the fire aura of the objects inside it. Durability, 1000/1000. Description: brilliantly created by cleverly using First Order flaming snake scales in inverse, which gave it its special sealing ability. Bai Zimin was extremely satisfied with the equipment in front of him. He had practically covered every weakness after spending an afternoon, evening, and part of a morning working tirelessly. Still, he couldn't help but lament a little. If only I had knowledge about magic runes, I could create bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, and many other accessories with better properties. Your current equipment is already surprisingly good. Lilith consoled with a smile. Considering your natural stats due to your especially pure soul power, your current overall strength has definitely reached a frightening degree if we add these items. Chapter 212, Frozen Winter Sword. After thinking for a moment, Bai Zeman nodded silently to himself and realized that what Lilith said was true. While it was still a pity that he had no knowledge about magic runes, such matters were things that could only be left to fate. Even if Bai Zeman killed millions of enemies, he would not necessarily obtain what he was looking for, but a person who killed only one enemy may succeed. It was better to be content with his current achievements that were by no means small. In little more than 20 days, Bai Zeman had gone from an ordinary little student without any power to a true monster with enough strength to crush beasts that only existed in fantasy tales and mythological legends. If such accomplishments were not enough to make him at least a little proud, then what was? Just at that moment, the door of the room opened softly. Although the sound was extremely small, Bai Zeman noticed it easily since he was currently taking a short break from work. At the door, a small head covered with black hair cautiously peeked out while two big black eyes sparkling like gems looked at the inside of the room curiously. "Little Ning, do you need something?" Bai Zeman asked with a smile as he looked amusedly at the 9-year-old girl hiding. Luo Ning cautiously entered the room while holding a sweet cookie packet in her small hand. After looking around the room a bit, she asked carefully, "Big brother Bai, are you busy?" Bai Zeman chuckled and shook his head slightly, "No. I just finished and was planning to take a little break. What do you say we go get something to eat?" Hearing his words, Luo Ning's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. She jumped happily in her little custom-made military uniform and exclaimed, "Great! Big brother Bai, you know? Actually, I wanted to treat you to breakfast too." "Oh? That's quite a coincidence then." Bai Zeman acted surprised as he took the little girl's small hand and walked towards the exit. How could he not know what a little child was thinking? Considering what time it was and the small cookie packet in Luo Ning's hand, Bai Zeman naturally came to such a conjecture easily. In any case, he also needed to eat something and take a shower before continuing to work. "Big sister Lily, are you coming with us?" Luo Ning looked back and asked with a big smile. She had always been a cheerful and sweet girl, even when the apocalypse broke out and she barely had anything to eat. Her personality hadn't changed in the slightest. Lily giggled softly and advanced with slow steps. "How can I say no to a smile as lovely as yours?" "Hee hee." There were 2 soldiers at the entrance of the workshop. Except for people with great power and authority, they would not allow anyone to enter. Seeing the 3 people come out, the 2 of them hurriedly bowed without daring to show the slightest disrespect. Although Luo Ning was only a 9-year-old girl, she was currently level 10 and was quickly leveling up under the guidance of the various village leaders. In the future she would definitely become a great fighter. So what did age matter? As for Lily, although she was a maid, no one dared to treat her as such. No one even dared to give her orders or look at her strangely. Who didn't know that she was the main leader's favorite woman? Disrespecting her was no different than signing a contract with death itself. After breakfast at his villa, Bai Zeman took a quick shower and returned to the workshop immediately. As for Luo Ning, she went to kill zombies together with an expedition squad. With her first order Shadow Cat skill, she was doing very well and was gradually getting more accustomed to her own skill. Inside the workshop, "I should use these, don't you think?" he asked while lightly touching the bones of a particular beast. "Undoubtedly." Lilith nodded with a neutral expression. These bones were part of the skeleton of one of the First Order Frost Control lions. Instead of white bones, these bones were sky blue in color and a slight frost energy was occasionally released, causing the temperature a few meters around to drop slightly. Bai Zeman no longer hesitated. With all his equipment ready, he could finally start preparing equipment for the others. This would greatly increase the overall strength of his group and make things much easier for him. The part he chose to work on was a particularly hard part of the beast's leg bone. As to what this bone was called, Bai Zeman had no idea nor did he care, all he cared about was that it was the perfect material for hammering. It was especially difficult to work with this kind of material. If he hammered too hard the bone would splinter instead of compress, which would ruin everything. But if he hammered too softly, then he could forget about modifying the evolved bone. As if that wasn't enough, Bai Zemin also had to work overtime to adapt the temperature of the bone with the flame of the blazing ring, but very carefully so as not to eliminate the frost energy of the evolved bone. In fact, it was so challenging that even after 5 whole hours he still hadn't succeeded in his purpose. Were it not for the fact that the frost control lion was several meters tall and even longer, Bai Zemin might have already run out of material to work with. But he did not give up. He was definitely going to succeed. Little by little, he was becoming more proud and arrogant, so failure due to his own incompetence was something that instead of holding him back only pushed him to get better and better. Lilith watched his every move from the side without saying a word. When he moved to the left, her bright eyes followed him calmly, and when he moved to the right they quickly changed direction. "I think I can do it this time," Bai Zemin muttered under his breath as he pulled the evolved bone out of the furnace and began to hammer. Clang! 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 The movement of his arm was perfect and the sound of metal clanging metal echoed in sync. There wasn't even a thousandth of a second difference between each clang. In fact, the amount of strength that Bai Zemin was applying in each swing was perfect and without using even a single extra point. This was the first time Bai Zemin worked with a beast bone to forge something, so it was natural to fail sometimes. After destroying several evolved bones and ruining what could have been no less than 10 swords, he too had become used to working with this kind of material. 2 hours later, already nearing 5 p.m., a thin, deep blue sword lay silently on the work table. But the work was not yet finished. Bai Zemin took the dagger from his waist and carefully cut off a small part of the blue leather belonging to a frost control lion. Immediately after that, he dipped the tiny piece of leather into boiling water and, taking advantage of the softening of the material, began to shape it into the form he wanted while removing what he wasn't going to use and casually discarding it to the side. This process was easy for the actual him. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes at most. Then the drying process began. Because this small piece of leather was only a few centimeters long and even less wide, it took only a minute or 2 to dry under the care of the magical flame crackling in the furnace. When the material was completely dry, that ragged-looking leather had turned into a beautiful short, deep blue sheath that shone brightly, reflecting the flames. This would be the cover for the hilt of the sword. Bai Zemin attached the sheath to the bone and quickly began working to join the two materials together. When it was completed, a beautiful sky blue sword shimmered in the sun's glare that shone through the room's dusk. "Well, at least it looks pretty good. Let's see how it is then." Bai Zemin smiled slightly and stretched his hand forward. The information and details of the sword flashed in his eyes immediately. Frozen Winter Sword. One-handed weapon. Rank, 1. Physical attack power, 620. Increases the power of ice-type attacks by 10%. Durability, 2500/2500. Description: a sword crafted from the materials of a first-order beast that possessed the innate skill of controlling ice. Its characteristics were extracted to perfection by its creator after many hours of effort and continuous work. Bai Zemin sighed in relief as he saw the information and details of the Frozen Winter Sword. Fortunately, everything had turned out perfectly, just as he wanted and expected. For obvious reasons, the Frozen Winter Sword did not have as much physical attack power as Bai Zemin's blazing scale greatsword. After all, one was a heavy two-handed weapon focused on crushing everything in its path, while the other was a one-handed sword more focused on speed. Still, the physical attack power was even higher than Bai Zemin originally expected. He even managed to extract the frosting characteristics perfectly, as the description clearly stated. Chapter 213, Time Flies, Part 1. One of the clearest differences between the Frozen Winter Sword and the Blazing Scale Greatsword, apart from their obvious disparity in size, was that while the sword designated to Shangguan Bing Shui increased the power of ice-type attacks by 10%, Bai Zemin's greatsword increased the weapon's physical attack power by an extra 10% as fire-type damage. Although both bonuses were similar, the difference in a few words changed everything completely. I guess I did it good. Bai Zimin sighed. After failing so many times during the forging process, even he was starting to feel a bit annoyed even though he knew that this was the first time he worked with bones as the core material in the smithy. You did great. I'm sure that woman named Shangguan Bingshui will like the sword. Although considering her personality, she most likely won't let it show on her face. Lilith's voice sounded beside him. He shrugged and replied indifferently, whether she likes it or not, that's not my problem. As long as she makes good use of this sword and doesn't waste my efforts, that will be more than enough, thanks. I see. Bai Zimin noticed that Lilith was acting a bit strange but didn't think much of it. As she stared at the frozen winter sword intently, he began working on a second leather armor. Since he wanted to keep the shadow leopard's leather to maintain his own equipment, Bai Zimin used the leather of a first-order frost control lion to forge Shangguan Bingshui's armor. Fortunately, the entire armor process only took him a little over 2 hours. This was mainly because he was slowly starting to get used to working with leather, so slowly the time he needed to forge with this type of material was starting to decrease. Frozen Aura Breastplate. Upper Armor. Rank, 1. Defense, 600. Diminishes the movement speed of nearby enemies by 2% due to the freezing energy surrounding it. Durability, 600/600. Description: an armor created from first-order materials of attack and defense type. Ice plate pants. Lower armor. Rank, 1. Defense, 450. Increases resistance to cold weather by 5% and has some chance to avoid frozen effect. Durability, 500/500. Description: the blacksmith who forged this armor surely has deep knowledge about the word protection. Its special characteristic can be improved if the materials used were of better quality. The upper armor of Shangguan Bingshui was deep blue in color, just like the frozen winter sword. The only difference was that it had several silver-colored metal pieces on the chest, belly, and sides, protecting the most dangerous and vital areas of the body. As for the lower armor, it was also deep blue, but the difference was that it had much less silver compared to the upper armor. After all, the metal armor of the armored elephant would greatly obstruct the movements of the legs due to its rigidity. Although it did not manage to evolve to rank 2 like Bai Zimin's bloodthirsty wolf full-body armor, this was also to be expected. After all, he had been very lucky at that time. Still, the defense of both items and their special characteristics were very good. Aside from the armor, he also spent another hour and a half forging 2 shoulder pads for it that ended up at rank 1, where they both gave about the same amount of defense as Bai Zimin's own shoulder pads. After a moment's thought, Bai Zimin decided not to forge gloves for Shangguan Bingshui. It was not because he did not want to, but from what he had observed of her fighting style so far, she did not use her fists to crush enemies the way he did. She was more elegant and careful, so there was no point in wasting materials and time on something that would not be put to proper use. After a quick meal and after receiving magical treatment from Kong Lan, Bai Zimin returned to his workshop to work. After the 2 daily casting of lesser healing, Bai Zimin's broken ribs healed completely thanks to his own health and his extra 20% recovery from receiving healing, relieving the pain he felt a substantial amount. Basically, except for the wound on his face, Bai Zimin had recovered almost 80%. He guessed that after 2 more treatments he would be back to his absolute peak. Such wounds would take at least 1 year to recover from, and I wouldn't be surprised if after recovery the bones fail to return to how they were before, considering that were practically turned to dust by the archaic bear's attacks. But after 48 hours after the battle, I'm practically as good as new. Bai Zimin didn't know how to feel about this. Isn't that good? Lilith asked, confused, noticing his complex tone of voice. I guess so. He replied, somewhat unsure of himself. The evolution and changes that were happening to his body were simply too great and too abrupt. Bai Zimin knew that he was a special case as his stats were too high. He had grown simply too fast as he had faced enemies more powerful than him one after another. But even then, this couldn't help but make him feel strange. He felt less and less human. Let's get back to work. He shook off unnecessary thoughts and focused his mind with ease. In the first 24 hours, he had forged his and Shangguan Bing Shui's equipment. This was surprising considering that the amount of pieces he had forged were about 10. Of course, this was only possible due to the existence of the magic flame, the aid of mana, Bai Zemin's strength, the soul record's knowledge boost on blacksmithing, and many more things. But it was still surprising. On the second day, Bai Zemin forged equipment for Zhongde and Fu Suifeng. Both would be receiving upper armor, lower armor, a weapon, 2 shoulder pads, and a pair of gloves. Fu Suifeng would be receiving leather armor and a dagger. As someone who used all his stat points in agility and stamina, Fu Suifeng would definitely not have enough strength to lift heavy objects and would only be a nuisance to his fighting style. On the other hand, Zhongde would be getting metal plate armor and a mace. Since he specialized more in strength and brutality, Bai Zemin judged that this style would suit him well. During the third day, Bai Zemin forged equipment for Cai Jingii, Kong Lan, and Wu Yujun, 3 upper and 3 lower armors, 4 weapons, 6 shoulder pads, 6 gloves. This was proof that as time passed, Bai Zemin became more and more adept in the use of mutated and evolved materials as well as the heated process of using the magic flame. All the equipment of the 3 women was quite similar, with only minor differences such as color, some points less or more defense and attack due to different factors such as the materials used, the forging ability during the construction process, and so on. But basically they were pretty much the same. The biggest differences were the weapons. Cai Jingii would be receiving 2 daggers, both were rank 1 daggers with 450 and 500 points of physical damage. One of the daggers even had a special effect of inflicting a paralyzing poison on the enemy. She was actually even more proficient than Fu Suifeng with knives, so Bai Zemin judged that she would not have too much trouble controlling 2 weapons of the same type. Kong Lan and Wu Yujun's equipment were the most difficult for Bai Zemin to forge. More specifically, it was their weapons. Both women were mages by nature and their physical stats were not especially high. Therefore, Bai Zemin had to forge for the first time in his life what in video role-playing games was called a magic scepter or magic staff. During the forging process, he had a lot of headaches because unlike the usual forging, he had to forge using his own mana. By using his mana to embed soul stones on top of different objects. Because the bones of the Frost Control Lion were especially good for magical abilities, Bai Zemin used them as a catalyst. After securing a place on top to embed the soul stone, he began to move his own mana in synchronization with the soul power of the soul stone, surrounding the entire blue bone with magical power. This process was so exasperating that Bai Zemin was close to insanity more than 50 times. Worst of all, if the magic forging process failed, then the soul stone would turn into a pile of useless dust. For obvious reasons, he did not dare to use first-order soul stones. What a joke! He had approximately 15 first-order soul stones. If he failed and lost such a valuable soul stone just like that, Bai Zemin would definitely go crazy with anger and might end up banging his head against the wall to commit suicide. Therefore, in the end and after several tries and failures where several dozens of unclassified soul stones were destroyed, Bai Zemin finally managed to craft the following items. Walker Freezing Staff. Two-handed magic weapon. Rank, 1. Magical attack power, 800. When casting magic spells, it has a 2% probability of freezing the enemy for 2 seconds. Durability, 2000/2000. Durability can decrease faster depending on the energy consumption of the soul stone used when casting magic spells. Description: a magical item forged after several failures by a blacksmith who endured and fought until the last moment without giving up. Magic Boost Staff. Two-handed magic weapon. Rank, 1. Magic attack power, 750. Increases the power of your magic skills by 5%. Durability, 2100/2100, Durability can decrease faster depending on the energy consumption of the soul stone used when casting magic spells. Description: after so many failures, its creator finally managed to create the weapon his mind was looking for through the use of different materials in exquisite synchrony. Chapter 214, Time Flies, Part 2 Last. Magical forging was part of blacksmithing, but the process was different. Bai Zimin had received this knowledge when his passive skill blacksmithing reached level 5, otherwise he would not have been able to forge magical weapons. During the process of magical forging, he needed to focus his mind while controlling the mana inside his body to with his magic gradually begin to connect the energy inside the soul stone with the lower part, in this case a blue bone of a first-order beast, which would form part of the magical tool. It was similar to what the magical flame of the blazing ring wanted to do when surrounding the soul stones. The process was slow and tedious because if too much pressure was applied the soul stone would be immediately destroyed and the energy inside would be absorbed by the world instantly. Therefore, Bai Zimin had to be especially careful not to destroy the soul stones. Still, as it was his first time doing this kind of special forging, it was natural to fail several times, something that happened to him more than he expected. It was only after many trials that he finally found a close approximation of the trick needed to connect the soul stone with the blue bone, thus forming the magic staff. But worst of all, during the process he also had to imagine the type of weapon he wanted to forge. For example, if a soul stone was of the element fire, water, earth, or another element, then there was no need to imagine since the magic scepter or staff would automatically be of that type of element, so it wasn't a problem. But since the soul stones that Bai Zimin used were neutral soul stones without a specific element, he had to go through the process of imagination during the magical forging. This had its advantages and disadvantages because although he could roughly attribute special characteristics, the chances of success were much lower and the difficulty was incredibly high. Fortunately, after so much effort, he managed to craft 2 magical weapons. Although not perfect, they were not bad either. The Walker Freeze staff would be for Wu Yujun, because even though the probability of its special characteristic activating was low, it would help her more in battle. As for the magic boost staff, it would naturally go to Kong Lan. With that 5% power boost in her magic, her lesser healing skill would also receive a boost and improve its effect by a notch. Not to mention that all of her magic skills would enjoy such a benefit. Except for this, the rest of the 3 girls' equipment were easy for the current Bai Zimin to forge. It hardly took around 6 or 7 hours to finish everything and most of his time was consumed by the 2 magic staffs. A difference between magic weapons and physical weapons, at least with the staffs, was that while only one hand was needed to lift the staff, a second weapon could not actually be used. Bai Zimin tried to cast magic spells while wielding his Xuanyuan sword but it was not possible. As for the reason, neither he nor Lilith knew. During the 4th day, Bai Zimin forged equipment for Chen He and Luo Ning. 2 weapons, 2 lower armors of leather and 2 upper armors of the same material, 4 shoulder pads, 4 gloves. Here, Bai Zimin again had another headache. Although not as big as on the previous day, a headache was a headache no matter what. Luo Ning's equipment was simple and normal. The weapon he chose for her was a sword since she herself currently used a normal treasure sword called Shark Tooth Sword. Apparently, she also wanted to walk the path of a combat mage just like Shangguan Bingshui and Bai Zimin himself. But the problem came when it came to forging Chen He's weapon. A bow. More specifically, a crossbow. If they were normal materials, then Bai Zimin should not have suffered as much as he did. Unfortunately, what he was using were mutated and evolved animal materials and the fire he relied on was a wild magic flame and not normal fire. For the body of the crossbow, Bai Zimin took part of the skull of the first-order platinum ape and part of the spine of a bright-scaled rhinoceros. Making use of both parts, he removed with his blacksmithing tools the unnecessary and worked for more than 1 hour to shape the body of the weapon and build the firing mechanism. So far everything was simple. The problem came when he started working on the string. String that was made from the tendons of the first-order platinum ape itself. After all, a normal string would not be able to shoot powerful arrows, and the speed at which the arrows would fly would be only average if not pitiful, since a normal string could not be stretched too tight or it would break. In order to make the tendons acquire a more rubbery and elastic property, Bai Zeman needed to heat them in the magic flame and then start hammering furiously to gradually and progressively soften the tendon. However, this was not as easy to do as it might seem. If the amount of temperature of the flame was low, then the tendon would not heat up to the necessary point, and if the temperature was too high, then the tendon would turn into coals. In addition, if Bai Zeman swung the hammer too hard, then the tendon would be destroyed and crushed, so he needed to be very careful. As if that wasn't enough, Bai Zeman also had to take Chen He's strength into consideration. Wouldn't it be a joke if at the end of the day the archer could not pull the string of his own weapon because his strength stat was too low? Therefore, Chen He spent the entire forging process in the workshop while helping Bai Zeman create his weapon. After about 5 or 6 hours of trials and failures, the crossbow was finally finished along with more than 100 bone arrows. 3-mouthed bone crossbow. 2-handed weapon. Rank, 1. Physical attack power, 650. Can shoot up to 3 arrows or bolts at the same time. Durability, 3000/3000. Description: a simple but extremely effective weapon for ranged attacks. Bone arrow. Special item. Rank, 0. Physical attack power, 90. Durability, 1000/1000. Description: an arrow created from the bones of an unclassified beast. After some quick and simple modifications, it was turned into a special item. Each arrow was extremely easy to make, only 5 minutes each. But Bai Zeman naturally wasn't going to waste time with that, so he took the trouble to teach Chen He how to work on the bones so that he could forge his own arrows and thus increase the damage he could deal to his enemies. In this way, the young archer in love obtained the unclassified passive skill blacksmithing level 1. As to whether or not this skill would go up, Bai Zeman had his doubts about it, but that was not his concern. It should be noted that at this point, Bai Zeman had already recovered 100%. There were no more wounds on his face, and every splintered bone in his body or any pain had completely disappeared. During the 5th, 6th, and 7th day, Bai Zeman stayed in his workshop working on building more and more equipment. This equipment was destined to fall into the hands of his soldiers. He wanted to arm his troops properly, prevent deaths that could easily be avoided, and give everyone more courage to fight when they saw the defensive effectiveness of the leather armor. After 3 days of effort, Bai Zeman had forged over 200 unclassified leather armors, exhausting surprisingly quickly the amount of unclassified leather at his disposal. In fact, if not for the fact that survivors were constantly sending unclassified leather to his workshop, he might not have had enough to work with and would definitely not be willing to use first-order leather on weak and normal survivors unless one deserved it. Aside from the 200 or so leather armors, Bai Zeman had also forged the same amount of swords. Since swords were the simplest weapons to handle, he decided to forge only swords for now. As for shoulder pads and gloves, he did not bother to make them for the moment. He wanted to arm those willing to fight first, and depending on the performance of each survivor they might receive better items in the future. ******. What time is it and what day is it? Bai Zeman asked as he stretched his body. At this moment, the magic flame burning in the furnace could no longer be seen anywhere and the place was silent. The tools that practically did not rest for so long were finally laid down on the work table. It's 3 in the morning and today is Tuesday. Lilith answered kindly as her soft eyes stared at him. It's been 7 days and approximately 10 hours since you started working in this workshop. Bai Zeman nodded calmly, and while staring up at the starry night sky through the glass, he replied with a satisfied smile, I see. So it's already been a week. Time really flies, don't you think? Lilith chuckled and said with a smile, I don't know about you, but for me, these 7 days were quite entertaining. He merely smiled in return. But they both knew what that smile meant. During the previous week, except for occasional visits to see how everything was or how the work was progressing, and except for the times when he went to take a shower or get something to eat, the only living being he saw, lived with, and talked to, was the female succubus at close range. Even Bai Zeeman might not have endured so much stressful work had it not been for Lilith's company and amusing teasing. He was immensely grateful even if he didn't say it out loud, and hoped one day to repay all these favors, if possible, with interest. "What will you do now?" she asked curiously. "Now?" Bai Zeeman looked at the ground with a strange look, and although a moment ago he was filled with energy, his eyelids began to feel heavy. He mumbled in between yawns, "Well, I guess I've earned a good night's sleep." Saying that, he directly lay down on the floor, and exactly 5 seconds later, faint snores echoed in the silent room. "This guy?" Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry and forced a wry smile as her red eyes glittered amidst the darkness, completely focused on the human 2 meters ahead. Chapter 215, Day 3. During the previous week, while Bai Zeeman was working hard inside his workshop preparing equipment with mutated and evolved beast materials, the rest of the village was not standing idle and doing nothing. In fact, practically no one was slacking off for even a single day. The next morning, a few hours after Shangguan Bingshue's first and last visit to the workshop where Bai Zeeman had been for 7 days, a squad of about 70 armed men and 30 personnel working in logistics under the leadership of Fu Suifeng and Zhong De set out in a southerly direction. Although the roads had been cleared and opened from the village to the military camp after much effort, they would still have to work hard to clear the road south to reach Baiquan camp. The estimate was no less than 3 days and 5 days at the most. This was a task that would take a long time, so they took many rations with them. After all, it was not possible to return to the village constantly as the fuel consumption would be intolerable. Meanwhile, small teams of 10 men headed off in different directions in search of smaller towns. Each time survivors were found, they were rescued and taken to beginning village. The same thing happened when rations were found. The soldiers of these groups were excited every time they found supplies, as the leaders had promised an extra reward if the amount of supplies exceeded a certain threshold. In addition, Shangguan Bingshue had ordered several people with mechanical expertise to start replacing the vehicle carcasses with mutated beast material. Rather than replacing, perhaps it would be more correct to say that what was being done was to fortify the foundation. She had even ordered the wheels to be replaced with rubber-coated beast bones. Everyone was confused about this order. After all, the vehicles had already been reinforced enough to resist the attacks of a mutated beast without problems, leaving only part of the crystals unprotected. But what was the point of changing the wheels? However, no one dared to disobey her. Without Bai Zeeman around, Shangguan Bingshue was undoubtedly the most powerful person and therefore with the greatest authority of all. Consequently, everyone began to polish the useful bones into a round shape and cover them with rubber before replacing the old tires. As for Shangguan Bingshue, she had her own thoughts to order such a thing. This thought originated from Bai Zeeman's great sword. That great sword definitely weighed more than a ton. If more people were added using equipment with mutated and evolved beast materials, conventional vehicles would definitely not be able to withstand the weight. Therefore, she had no choice but to anticipate and adapt for the possible future. Like Camp Baiquan, beginning village now also possessed a satellite radio that was found inside the military camp. These radios, different from the rest, seemed to be able to fight against the monowave even at a relatively short distance compared to the past. This meant that the beginning village had also started its own announcement specifying its location, the number of survivors gathered so far, etc. Survivors were arriving daily, and while the arrival rate might not be as high as in Camp Baiquan, which used the name of the mayor and the government as a currency of value, they were still receiving an average of between 50 and 100 survivors every day, survivors coming from different places who had somehow managed to escape the claws of the wild beasts and mainly the zombies in their villages, evading danger by a stroke of luck. This naturally increased the amount of jobs that could be done in a single day, and thanks to the amount of weaponry, the militia increased exponentially. Under the care of Chen He and Fu Qigong, who had agreed to join the group, the troops began to receive military training. Although they were far from being comparable to real soldiers, gradually a kind of discipline and order began to take shape. Wu Yujun, Cai Jingii, and Shang Guanbing Shui regularly took small groups and scoured the surrounding area for more survivors, supplies, work tools, and anything else that might be of use. Even clothing and cooking utensils were not left behind as long as they were in good usable condition. Day 3. After more than 3 days of hard work by more than 100 people, 70% of beginning village had been fenced off in its entirety. While it wasn't a particularly sturdy fence and a wild beast could break through the defenses without much difficulty, the approximately 7-meter-high wooden fence would definitely be a big obstacle against normal zombies. Besides, even if a wild beast wanted to get in, it would at least take several seconds to open a hole if it couldn't jump through. These precious seconds in a life and death situation were invaluable. The northern entrance to the village was one of the areas that had not yet been completely sealed off. Because Camp Baquan was in the southern direction, priority was given to that area to increase the defenses. Precisely because the north was still almost entirely unprotected, several outposts were placed along the road leading directly to the village. At the outpost farthest from the village, a group of 20 men armed with machine guns, rifles, and even a grenade each. As if the aforementioned was not enough, 2 Type 53 heavy machine guns were placed on both sides of 3 military jeeps. All this protection was necessary considering that this was the weakest point in the village. Unless a large horde of beasts or a first-order beast appeared, even level 25 monsters close to evolving would be blown to pieces no matter how high their defenses were. After all, it was impossible for the organs of such beings to withstand the strong shock of grenades. Life has really improved a lot in just over a week. From starving to death without being able to sleep because of the pain in my stomach, to being able to enjoy a full meal 3 times a day. I can even pay a pretty woman to play in the evenings occasionally. One of the militants named Xiaoming sighed with gratitude. He was the leader of this group. He was one of the militants who previously worked for the Big Four bosses but submitted when they met Bai Zemin's team, who had just left the university at that time. As one of the first to submit and show his loyalty, his position was considered somewhat high among some soldiers. A middle-aged militant with a shaved head chuckled and rummaged for something in his trouser pocket before gently shaking it at the sight of his comrades. No kidding. Now we can even enjoy a cigarette occasionally. Damn it, old Luo. You still keep yours? Fuck. I finished mine right away and now I feel like smoking. A small commotion immediately broke out amidst laughter and sighs. As the group chatted, the roar of some approaching engine broke the conversation, followed by the sound of gunshots. In the distance, a pickup vehicle was barely visible as it whipped up a cloud of dust. In the back, 2 modified vehicles were chasing at full speed while occasionally firing at the pickup. The faces of the soldiers in charge of protecting this place changed drastically and Xiaoming ordered with a deep shout, "Everyone, take your positions. Now!" The soldiers immediately began to move and in no time had sought cover while aiming their guns forward with serious expressions. After a week of rigorous training and having killed quite a few groups of zombies, these men no longer feared enemy engagements as in the past. A militant passed a loudspeaker to Xiaoming and the latter shouted, to the vehicles in front. "Stop immediately or you will be seen as enemies and we will open fire. I repeat. Stop immediately or we will open fire on you." Inside the front vehicle that was being chased by the other 2 vehicles, a burly middle-aged man was driving with a furious expression. However, when he saw the roadblock in front, his expression changed slightly and a hint of precaution flashed in his eyes. The middle-aged man was not riding alone. In the back seat was an elderly man with a bullet wound and a beautiful woman with a pale face. Chapter 216, Even the evolved ones can be killed by normal humans. "Big brother, what do we do now?" the beautiful woman asked anxiously. She had also seen the roadblock from a few hundred meters ahead. If she were a normal person, she wouldn't necessarily be able to distinguish the situation so clearly from so far away. However, regardless of whether it was the woman or the man, neither of them were normal people. Both of them had evolved by absorbing soul power from the enemies that tried to take their lives until now. Bang! 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 The gunshots coming from the pursuing vehicles made the anxiety felt by the beautiful woman only increase more as she supported the bullet-wounded old man. Damn you bastards! The beauty gritted her teeth viciously and reached her hand back in a hurry as she activated her skill. The surrounding mana trembled lightly and a multicolored barrier appeared at the back of the car. Tink! 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 Bullets continuously struck the barrier, causing small metallic sounds to echo everywhere. But no matter how many bullets their enemies fired, they failed to break through the defensive barrier. In fact, they weren't even close. I can activate my skill only 2 more times. The beautiful woman exclaimed with a trace of panic. She had been protecting everyone for over 4 hours and barely had time to restore her mana. If it wasn't for the fact that her first order energy barrier level 2 skill consumed mana according to the time activated and not for the activation itself, she would have long since run out of fuel. We have no choice but to gamble this time. The man in his early 40s gritted his teeth and decided to bet it all on a single roll of the dice. It wasn't like they had much choice anyway. Seeing that the cars in front did not obey his words, Xiao Ming's expression turned cold. Just as the vehicles entered the 100-meter range, he was about to give the order to open full fire when the pickup being pursued slammed on the brakes noisily, stopping just under 40 meters ahead. The 2 pursuing drivers made a quick maneuver, stopping one vehicle in the back and the other in the rear of the pickup, thus closing off any possibility of retreat. 8 men got out of the vehicles with pistols and some Type 81 rifles. They quickly surrounded the pickup, pointing with fierce expressions, apparently completely ignoring the armed roadblock a short distance away. Let me see where you run now, Nangong Lingzin, Nangong Yi. A young adult man of about 27 years old dressed in police uniform stepped forward with a smirk on his face and lewdness glittering in his eyes. Big brother. Nangong Lingzhen's face lost all color as she saw that they were surrounded. She knew that if they were caught by these people their destinies would be miserable. Especially her own, she would definitely live a life worse than death. Nangong Yi took a deep breath and said softly, Lingzhen, take care of father. Also, keep your barrier active around the vehicle as long as you can or until I say the opposite. Without waiting for a response from his younger sister, he got out of the pickup with a resolve and faced the militants seemingly without fear. Nangong Yi, Nangong Yi. What a disappointment! The young man who had spoken earlier shook his head and sighed as if he was really disappointed in something. Disappointment? Humph! Don't make me laugh, Kong Hong. You fucking gross pervert! Nangong Yi snorted in annoyance. His eyes flashed and without hesitation he activated his first-order barbarian strength skill, causing his strength and the toughness of his skin to increase by several folds. I'd rather die than let you touch a hair on my little sister's head. But I can assure you that before that, I will bring you with me to hell. Oh! The young man named Kong Hong narrowed his eyes dangerously. He wasn't the least bit worried about Nangong Yi's skill. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from the distance. Hearing this voice, Nangong Yi's eyes flashed strangely and he simply stood there silently. He didn't have a gun with him at the moment in any case. All of you put down your guns, now. Anyone who still has their guns in their hands after 5 seconds will be shot dead. It was only after hearing those words that the group of 8 armed men led by Kong Hong turned their attention to the gunmen in the distance. But the most surprising thing was that while they had a hint of caution in their gaze, there was no fear in their eyes and there was even a hint of disdain as they looked at the armed men. What do we do, boss? A man, also dressed as a policeman like the rest, asked. All the men looked at Kong Hong waiting for a response as Xiao Ming counted from a distance. 1, 2, 3. Kong Hong looked at the extremely beautiful Nangong Lingzhen and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he remembered how useless humans were. In front of them, evolved people with skills, they were all nothing and useless beings. 4. Xiao Ming held a military radio to his mouth ready to give his order. Kill them all. Kong Hong ordered and immediately activated his first order inferior speed improvement level 1 skill, transforming into a gust of wind that charged forward at the same time as he began firing bursts of gunfire. The other gunmen immediately activated different skills and began firing instantly. Some of them transformed into werewolves, others became faster, others simply gained a boost of strength and used that to gain explosive speed, others seemingly unchanged, all kinds of skills. Xiao Ming's face changed as he saw the other side begin their attack and immediately sought cover as he angrily shouted, "Fire at will! Hold nothing back!" Bang! 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 Immediately chaos broke out. A beginning village soldier poked his head out from behind a sandbag preparing to fire when a bullet penetrated the center of his forehead. A look of disbelief shone in his eyes before he fell lifeless. Another beginning village soldier furiously firing a semi-automatic rifle was also surprised when a ground stake came out of nowhere, piercing him in the chest and leaving through his back. He too was killed on the spot. In just a matter of seconds, the beginning village had lost more than 4 men. However, the other side was not unharmed either. A man in his 30s had a strange metallic sheen on his skin, defying the incoming bullets as he fired his own rifle. Every time the bullets hit him, they were repelled with a distinctive metallic sound. Normal humans are really trash. The militant thought with mockery. Just then, the 2 Type 53 heavy machine guns on both sides of the road opened fire furiously. Like 2 monsters released from their restraints, dozens of .50 caliber bullets flew in the blink of an eye and several of them hit the iron-skinned man. Bang! 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 The man's footsteps were stopped in their tracks as his body was turned into a sieve. As he was sent flying a meter or 2 due to the power of the bullets, his incredulous eyes reflected his surprise before the death. A man whose age could not be identified because his entire body was covered with bestial fur ran like a whirlwind across the battlefield. Due to his high agility, it was difficult for the enemy soldiers to hit him, and even when some smaller caliber bullets hit his body they simply rebounded on contact with his powerful skin. Swoosh! The werewolf appeared before a soldier and with a wave of his hand, a soldier's head was sent flying through the air. Hot blood splattered his face giving him a ferocious appearance. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw an object fly towards him and tumble a foot away. Phew! Boom! The grenade exploded before the werewolf could finish uttering a word and his body was blown apart. Hundreds of pieces of flesh flew everywhere while an arm flew through the air. A man from Kong Hong's party summoned a giant bear. While using it as cover, he took the opportunity to fire his gun every chance he got. The bear was shot head-on and although its body was riddled with wounds it didn't look like it was going to fall anytime soon. Just as the summoner poked his head out to shoot again, a loud bang sounded from a distance and his head exploded in a bloody mess with pieces of skull flying everywhere. 300 meters away from the scene, on top of a 5-story building, a soldier with a sniper rifle peered through the rifle scope as the corpse collapsed and the summoned bear disappeared before he moved on to the next target. Bang! 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 The whole place was a hell where a single misstep could cost anyone their life. While taking cover behind a wall, the expression on Kong Hong's face was extremely ugly. Damn it! What the hell is this? He cursed as he clutched at his bleeding arm. He was fast, but no faster than bullets. In the midst of so much gunfire, he was hit by a shot that finally brought him back to reality. Even those who had not evolved were fierce too. Even those who had evolved by absorbing soul power and gained powerful skills could fall before a normal human. Kong Hong thought that all those without skills were just trash. A mistake that had cost the lives of 4 of his most loyal subordinates. Even his own life was not guaranteed. Chapter 217, Determination. The wind whistled softly with the trees on the side of the road. Houses lined the sides of the road, one practically next to the other. Although some were in perfect condition, several of them had their windows destroyed. At the same time, several pieces of glass were scattered all over the ground in a disorderly fashion along with empty ammunition casings. Except for this sight, everything seemed normal. However, if one wandered around the streets a bit, one would see bloodstains everywhere, most of which were dried up, proof that it had been a while since a disaster had swept through the place. Moreover, not far away, a bloody and terrifying battlefield broke the peace of the usually silent area devoid of signs of life. Puddles of blood, corpses, bone parts, and limbs were flying everywhere, a hell on sight. Approximately 5 minutes had passed since the battle between the soldiers of the beginning village against the men dressed as police brought in by Kong Hong had broken out. During these 5 minutes, a total of 10 soldiers from the village fell lifeless. Some of the men received a fatal gunshot wound, while others were killed with earth spikes, claws, sharp objects, and so on. These were the consequences of facing a group of evolved people who had learned powerful active skills. However, these powerful evolved humans had to pay the price for their arrogance. At first they were confident, not believing that a group of normal people with junk statistics could pose a threat to them. But reality was cruel, so they were forced to suffer the consequences of living in a fantasy world. Bang! 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 Bullets thundered noisily as Kong Hong flashed for cover. He was the only survivor of his group, and it was all thanks to his superior agility coupled with a good use of his passive skill danger sense. Unfortunately, even for him it was impossible to defy a hail of bullets, so he currently had several wounds all over his body, and although he had avoided being hit in critical areas, the blood loss was beginning to take its toll as the world before his eyes began to cloud over. Kong Hong could not help but deeply regret his earlier decision. Maybe, just maybe, if he hadn't let his arrogance go to his head and cloud his thoughts, things could have been very different. A soldier from the beginning village pulled the trigger of the Type 53 heavy machine gun viciously. His eyes bloodshot at the loss of so many fellow soldiers. Die! Damn beast! The soldier bellowed. The thick tree that Kong Hong was using as cover was torn apart without being able to do anything against the flood of .50 caliber bullets, and due to his wounds, he failed to react in time as a series of bullets tore through his legs, cutting them off completely. Arg! The pain of losing both legs in such a raw manner made his senses become clear for a moment as he let out a pitiful and terrifying scream capable of scaring ghosts. Fortunate or not, thanks to his legs being chopped off and his body falling abruptly to the floor, he avoided becoming a sieve riddled with holes. Cease fire! Stop the fucking fire! Xiao Ming shouted furiously as he saw the last enemy fall. Gradually, the surviving soldiers numbering just over 10 stopped firing. All of them had bloodthirsty expressions rather than fear on their pale faces. This group had been fighting together side by side against the zombies for several days, many had even been rescued from the jaws of death by members who now lay in a pool of their own blood. They wanted nothing more than to rush to eat the flesh of their enemies and drink their blood. However, although they had only been receiving military training from Chen He for about a week, training that was intensified and upgraded with the addition of an experienced veteran like Fu Qigong, all these soldiers in training knew that they could not get carried away by emotions at this time. Holding on to their weapons tightly, the machine guns and rifles were now directed toward the car where the Nangong siblings were. Even the heavy machine guns on both sides of the roadblock and the guns mounted on the military jeeps were no exception. Don't shoot! We are not your enemies! Nangong Yi shouted with a pale face hurriedly. At this point, Nangong Yi had already deactivated his skill. At the first moment of pandemonium he had wisely chosen to seek protection behind his younger sister Nangong Lingzhen's magic barrier. What a joke! Defying heavy weaponry? No thanks. Nangong Yi wasn't as crazy as Kong Hong and his gang. Don't shoot. Old Luo, take 5 men and surround that pickup. If the passengers move even a hair, just kill them all. Xiao Ming ordered as he stepped out from behind cover. Although he was furious at losing so many men, he maintained his rationality. Old Luo nodded and quickly gestured as he took 5 soldiers armed to the teeth with him. They slowly advanced while surrounding the vehicle. This is Xiao Ming. I repeat, this is Xiao Ming. He brought the intercom to his mouth as he communicated with the command center in the village. We are requesting backup and Lady Kong Lan's support. Xiao Ming began to explain the situation to the other side. Inside the vehicle, Nangong Lingzhen's beautiful face was pale as if she had seen an entity in broad daylight. All traces of blood had disappeared from her face and her lips were constantly trembling as if she was suffering a disease of some sort. Big brother! I ran out of mana. Nangong Lingzhen's outstretched hand fell at the same time as the energy barrier that had been able to deflect even errant bullets from the Type 53 heavy machine guns vanished in mid-air. Nangong Yi's face turned pale but he still maintained his composure. Everyone, get out of the vehicle with your hands behind your heads. Old man Luo ordered in a deep voice as he narrowed his eyes. His hand on his waist ready to throw his grenade that had not yet been used during the previous battle. Nangong Yi slowly opened the door of the vehicle and got out for the second time. Very carefully to avoid being massacred by gunfire. Don't shoot. My younger sister is in the vehicle and my father is bullet wounded. We are not part of the group you fought against a moment ago. He hastily explained even before the other side said anything. While he might not be afraid of normal bullets with his barbarian strength skill active, high-caliber bullets could tear him apart in a matter of seconds and a single grenade was all it took to send him straight to hell with no chance of coming back. Back away from the vehicle slowly and get down on your knees. Don't put your hands down. Nangong Yi hesitated for a moment but knowing he had no choice opted to obey. Soon, a soldier approached the vehicle and confirmed, Old Luo, a woman of about 25 years old with a sickly appearance and a man of about 65 with a bullet wound. Old Luo relaxed a little upon hearing this. With his younger sister weak and his father wounded, it was unlikely that the man before him would dare to play funny tricks. As the wounded soldiers groaned in pain and their comrades supported them using some bandages and applied simple medical treatment, many mourned for the dead but at the same time rejoiced that those who were wounded were not in danger of dying, arm or leg wounds at most, but thanks to being well covered, they had escaped being hit in the upper body and critical areas. Nangong Yi observed the surroundings carefully with lingering fear. Previously, he was arrogant and believed that he was God's chosen one. However, the battle that unfolded before his eyes earlier made him realize that such arrogance would one day lead him to his deathbed if he did not change his way of thinking. Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement behind the fallen tree and his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed in shock, "That bastard is still alive." The men guarding him unconsciously brought their fingers to the trigger, ready to open fire. Fortunately they were stopped before or Nangong Yi might have been killed by his carelessness. Realizing this, he quickly closed his mouth with a pale face. Xiao Ming approached the fallen tree slowly and sure enough, although the man had lost his legs and was badly damaged, he was still alive. Still, it was obvious from his injuries that if he did not receive magical treatment even if the best doctor in the world arrived with the necessary tools he would definitely not be able to avoid the Grim Reaper's embrace. Kong Hong stopped his movements as he felt footsteps and unconsciously wanted to find his gun only to realize that when he lost his legs, his grip had loosened and the gun had gone flying more than 4 meters away. In the past, he would be able to cover 4 meters in the blink of an eye, but now, those 4 meters were like an insurmountable abyss. Xiao Ming had a deathly cold expression and slowly raised his rifle. Team Captain! Xiao Ming! Wait! You're crazy! The soldiers tried to stop him as they understood his intentions. They were all equally furious and wanted their enemies dead, but they knew that the leaders might not like the idea of killing a person from whom they could get valuable information. Stop! If I stop, this little bitch will consume some of Lady Kong Lan's mana and the already limited amount of healing will be even less. Xiao Ming's cold voice was the only thing heard amidst the bloody battlefield. The soldiers closed their mouths and a hesitant expression appeared on everyone's face. They knew that Kong Lan could only heal 2 people a day. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want one or even both of those valuable healings to be wasted on an enemy, and their hearts would definitely feel uncomfortable if something like that happened. On one hand, they knew that the right thing to do was to get information so that the enemies would pay the price they had already paid 100 times more. However, on the other hand, they did not want their enemies to take priority over them even if they knew it was for the overall benefit in the long run. Under such complicated feelings, Xiao Ming's cold voice rang out again. I will take full responsibility. You guys don't need to worry. No one said anything again. However, they had secretly decided to bear the consequences together with their team leader. Just as Xiao Ming was about to pull the trigger, an idea flashed in his mind and his movements stalled as a cold smile appeared on his face. Seeing the expression on the face of the man in front of him, Kong Hong forgot the pain that was constantly lashing his body. Fear flashed in his eyes, and just as he wanted to say something, he saw his enemy pull out a tactical dagger from his waist. Since you're going to die anyway, I might as well evolve and steal everything you've obtained so far, you little bitch. Wei. Xiao Ming didn't wait for hell and directly plunged the dagger into Kong Hong's chest. Not satisfied, he raised the dagger and this time directly pierced his enemy's forehead. A spurt of hot blood spurted out from the heart and hit him in the chest, while another spurt of blood hit his face. But Xiao Ming did not seem bothered by this, as he instead focused on the messages that flashed in his retina. You have absorbed the soul power of Kong Hong level 18. You have gained agility +7, strength +5, stamina +2. You have reached level 1. You have received 2 status points to distribute freely. You have reached level 2. You have reached level. You have reached. You have reached level 5. You have received 2 status points to distribute freely. Chapter 218, Nangang Siblings Story. Wu. Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a satisfied breath as the feeling of becoming more powerful completely overwhelmed him. It was a feeling hard to describe. It somehow felt like returning to his mother's embrace when he was still just a baby, filled with trust, affection, care, kind preoccupation, and so much more. For high-level people, the amount of extra statistics that Xiao Ming gained might not be anything worth mentioning. But for him, who was just a normal level 0 human, those stats immediately made him 2 to 3 times more powerful than in the past. Not to mention the 10 status points he had received after reaching level 5. Even so, Xiao Ming did not get carried away or swept away by the feeling of power. The dead person before him was the greatest proof that complacency would only open the gates of death for him sooner than fate had planned. Oh! Xiao Ming bent down and picked up a skill scroll. But after hesitating for a bit, he didn't dare to learn it and simply kept it carefully in his military hunter. Everyone was aware of the existence of the skill scrolls. After all, having been on so many zombie hunts, the armed soldiers had witnessed with their own eyes when the elite melee group occasionally received skills. However, the group had an extremely strict rule. If a skill scroll, treasure orb, or any item related to the soul record was obtained, it had to be handed directly to the leaders or someone with real power in the beginning village. If anyone dared to break this rule and was discovered, the punishment could range from exile or even death. Xiao Ming did not want to lose what he had gotten so far after receiving Bai Zemin's grace and favor as well as his own efforts. A simple skill was not worth it from his point of view. Apart from the skill scroll, Xiao Ming also obtained a normal grade red treasure orb. He simply put both items away and calmly returned to his position. Approximately 5 minutes later, about 10 modified vehicles roared from the south, 3 military jeeps, 3 ambulances, and approximately 4 SUVs with several armed men. A moment later, under the respectful and heated gaze of the soldiers, a Kong Lan dressed in a female military uniform which clung tightly to her body stepped down from the front military vehicle. Although Kong Lan was not a first-rate beauty, she was pretty in her own right. Especially her skin, it seemed to become more shiny and silky smooth every time she leveled up. Immediately after, an even prettier Cai Jing descended from the passenger seat. She was still wearing her female police uniform, which hugged her tiny but lovely body as if it was unwilling to part too much from her skin. Kong Lan's face turned a little ugly at the sight of the situation. As for XIETIAN, she frowned slightly for a second before her expression returned to normal. Lady Kong Lan, Lady XIETIAN. Xiao Ming approached a little embarrassed. He had explained the whole situation before, but even though he knew that they were facing people with supernatural skills, this did not lessen his embarrassment in the slightest. From his point of view, with all the weaponry they had and even with overwhelming numerical advantage, they should have crushed the enemy completely. However, his side ended up losing around 10 fighters while the enemy side only had 8 people. Where are the suspicious people? XIETIAN asked calmly as she noticed that Kong Lan didn't feel much like talking. Yes. It's this way. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and led both women towards the house where the Nangong family was. On the other hand, about 5 people with some medical experience began to give better medical treatment to the wounded people while the armed men reinforced the perimeter security. Nangong Yi knew that Xiao Ming was the person with the highest position in this place, therefore, when he saw how respectful he acted to the 2 women, he was surprised and knew that these 2 girls who looked extremely young were the real deal. XIETIAN and Kong Lan were also secretly surprised when they arrived at the living room heavily guarded by 5 armed men. What surprised them was the beauty of Nangong Lingzin. The current Nangong Lingzin was nervous about the situation, but more than anything else she looked extremely worried about her father's life that seemed to slip through her fingers rapidly. Although she looked extremely miserable and pitiful due to the total loss of her mana, although her dress was somewhat dirty due to the battles and hardships experienced during the running away road, she was undoubtedly the 3rd most beautiful woman both girls had seen so far, only behind Shang Guanbing Shui and Wu Yujun. At the sight of the wounded old man, Kong Lan's kind heart was moved. She stretched out her hand preparing to activate her skill when a voice stopped her. Kong Lan, wait a moment. XIETIAN interrupted her friend with a faint smile. Kong Lan looked at her doubtfully. Although she still had yet to heal Bai Zimin on a daily basis, she knew that such a bullet wound only needed one of her 2 uses of lesser healing to close it. While the old man would not fully recover, he would undoubtedly escape the certain death to which he was quickly heading. Still, she stopped her movements. XIETIAN looked at Nangong Yi with a slight smile on her immutable face and introduced herself. Hello, how are you? My name is XIETIAN and this is Kong Lan. May I know who you are, where you come from, and how you got here? She seemed to ignore the injured old man completely. Nangong Yi was worried about his father, but he knew he had to answer if he was to have any hope of him and his family surviving. Soon, he began to narrate the events. It turned out that 2 days' drive from this position to the north, a large group of survivors had been gathered under the care of several police teams and other powerful people. But what surprised Kong Lan and XIETIAN most was the number of survivors. The other party actually had 3,000 people. One had to know that even they had barely broken the 2,000 barrier recently and with great difficulty making use of satellite radio. When the apocalypse broke out, the police station of Tinyuan town and the police station of the nearby Linkai town moved rather quickly. Making use of firearms, both police stations consisting of a total of 200 men in all, quickly defeated the zombies and began to build a safe perimeter as they gradually expanded. Nangong Yi narrated slowly. The problem was that 3 days ago, the 2 heads in charge of the different police stations had an altercation in which the son of one of the heads attempted to rape the daughter of the other while he was drunk. It was then that the barely visible line of order was almost completely broken. Both sides split on bad terms and power struggles often break out where both try to take over each other's forces. This is where our family came in. Nangong Yi sighed. A glint of sadness and remorse flashed in his eyes as he said, our family consisted of 4 people in the beginning. Namely, my mother, my father, my younger sister, and myself. Unfortunately, while we were fleeing, my mother was scratched by a zombie, and not long after that she mutated. Kong Lan and XIETIAN listened in silence. After. You know, after I ended the life of that beast that looked like my mother but wasn't really her anymore, I got my active skill and thanks to that the ride became incredibly smoother. Shortly after, while I was out looking for food, a zombie sneaked into the shelter we were in and my sister, to protect our weak father, had no choice but to fight. Fortunately and thankfully, she defeated the zombie and gained her own active skill, lightening my load tremendously. After 4 days of aimless wandering in which both siblings fought to exhaustion every day, we finally came across the camp set up by these two police powers and, because my sister and I had been fighting non-stop and had reached level 15 and 16 respectively, we were welcomed with open arms by Kong Rong, the head of Tianyuan Town Police Station and Kong Hong's father. When Xiaoming heard the word Kong, a strange expression appeared on his face involuntarily and a wild theory flashed in his mind. Wasn't that the surname of the little bitch I killed? He thought silently, remembering when Nangang Yi angrily shouted Kong Hong's name when they were surrounded. Nangang Yi continued with his story, you can imagine our happiness back then. After going through so many hardships and sorrows, our family could finally rest in comfortable beds without having to worry about being eaten during the night. Everything was great. My younger sister Lingzhen and I had to fulfill certain tasks occasionally, such as going out in search of supplies and survivors along with the scouting teams, providing support, and other simple things for evolved people. Although the camp was somewhat messy, my priority was my family. The problem started when Kong Rong's only son, Kong Hong, with his perverted nature, tried to woo my sister. That little rat acted courteous at first, but where could he with his filthy, disgusting face and fake smile possibly capture the heart of a beauty such as Lingzhen? My sister kicked him out several times and on one of those occasions, that brat got furiously drunk. A cold smile appeared on Nangang Yi's face, that idiot thought he was the god of the heavens or something. The jerk tried to force himself on the other camp leader's daughter, and if it wasn't for the alcohol already eating his brain, he could have had his way with her given his evolutionary strength. When the girl luckily managed to slip away, she naturally reported everything to her father, and that's when all hell broke loose. Cai Jing didn't need Nangang Yi to continue. She alone could imagine the rest of the events. Then, frustrated, this guy named Kong Hong, who realized that even the other police chief couldn't do anything to him under his father's protection, decided to use the force on your sister. Am I wrong? She concluded. Her face still had the same faint smile from when she entered the room, so it was hard to tell what she was thinking. That's right. Nangang Yi nodded with a hateful expression. My sister specializes in defense and not offense. It was only because of that she managed to withstand that damn beast's attacks until I arrived, or else it would be hard to tell what would have happened. Cai Jing and Kong Lan looked at Nangang Lingzhen and saw that even though the woman was caring for her injured father, a glint of disgust and hatred flashed in her beautiful hazel eyes. Such deep emotion was impossible to simulate unless one was a Hollywood actor with several years of career and fame, so both girls concluded that even if Nangang Yi was not telling the whole truth, most of it was probably true. To escape persecution by Kong Hong and his gang, my sister and I along with our father were forced to leave the home we had earned. Although I was not frightened of Kong Hong in a one-on-one battle and had absolute confidence in killing him, the other 7 evolvers following him were also powerful. Therefore, we had to flee until we got here. You must already know the rest. Chapter 219, Cai Jing takes advantage of the situation. Cai Jing I's gaze involuntarily fell on the 65-year-old bullet-wounded man, and finally, after listening to the explanation of the elder brother of the Nangang family, everything came together for her. Even if Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen were powerful evolvers who had absorbed a lot of soul power and were probably already beyond level 20, even if they both possessed powerful active skills, it was impossible for them to face and oppose an armed army, let alone several enemies who had also evolved. Therefore, they had no choice but to flee from the camp in a southerly direction. Wait a moment. Kong. Lan suddenly seemed to realize something as she asked with a strange expression on her face, before, you said that you and your family were fleeing from the pursuit of this man named Kong Hong and his men, didn't you? Also, when you spoke about him, you did it in the past tense as well, as if you were no longer concerned about such matters. That means... The room fell silent as Nangang Yi's strange but grateful gaze fell on Xiaoming. Brother, even though my problems have nothing to do with you and even though I know you didn't do it with the intention of helping me, let me thank you for killing that little rat surnamed Kong. Nangang Yi's voice sounded sincere and even the beautiful Nangang Lingzhen nodded slightly towards Xiaoming as if indicating her gratitude. Seeing Kong Lan and Cai Jingii looking at him strangely after learning that the son of a power had been slaughtered by him, Xiaoming bit the bullet and told the whole truth without hiding anything. When he finished, he took out some objects from his military jacket and handed them over with both hands. These objects were obtained by me after killing Kong Hong. The scroll and the orb fell after I stabbed him to death while the 2 rings, the bracelet, and the necklace were on his body. I simply took them off when I killed him. Cai Jingii and Kong Lan inspected the objects one by one. Apart from the still unopened red orb, there was a blazing ring, an earth bracelet. As for the rest of the items, they were the following. Speed boost, unclassified passive skill, level 3, after learning this skill, it increases agility by 20 points permanently. This passive skill was the same skill that Cai Jingii first obtained during her first zombie kill back then at the university. Frost Ring, rare grade treasure. Equipping this item automatically increases the mana by plus 10 points. Once per day you can cast the active skill Freezing Binding, releases a freezing aura capable of slowing down or even stopping or completely freeze the movements of enemies 10 meters around the user. The effect depends on the power difference between the caster and the enemy. Seeing the 2 women finish inspecting the objects, Xiaoming gritted his teeth and declared, Lady Cai, Lady Kong, all responsibility for the murder of Kong Hong is mine. The soldiers have nothing to do with it. The 5 armed men inside the room felt their eyes sting as they felt the care of their team leader. They looked at each other and seemed to see the same idea in each other's eyes. But just as they wanted to say something, Kong Lan's confused voice interrupted them. Responsibility? She asked back. What do you mean? This? Xiaoming didn't understand what was going on here. Didn't he explain earlier that he had killed Kong Hong even after he had already lost all capacity to resist and fight? Cai Jingii laughed softly and explained, Kong Lan, Xiaoming thinks he will be punished as a result of his actions. That's why he said what he said. Xiaoming was silent. But that silence represented his response. Kong Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she finally understood what was happening. She looked at Xiaoming with a complicated look and said with a somewhat strange expression on her face, if that Kong Hong fellow fell into the hands of Bai Zimin or Shang Guanbing Shui with his history of attempted rape and who knows how many other stuff, his death wouldn't have been as pretty as the one you gave him. Except for that, nothing is different. You don't need to worry. Xiaoming was dumbfounded. But seeing Cai Jingii chuckling, he understood that what Kong Lan said was not a joke. He unconsciously let out an audible sigh of relief when he felt the weight on his back disappear without a trace. He was already prepared to be replaced from his position. But after further thought, Kong Lan's words made more sense to Xiaoming. Everyone knew that Bai Zimin and Shang Guanbing Shui hated those who tried to force themselves on others to the marrow of their bones. If Kong Hong fell into the hands of either of those 2, his fate might well have been 1,000 times more miserable than death. Dad! An agonized cry rang out in the middle of the living room. Everyone looked up to see Nangang Lingzhen clinging to the increasingly weak-looking old man. The man's eyes were half closed and he looked as if he would soon lose consciousness. He's lost quite a bit of blood already. Cai Jingii commented casually. She had already seen many horrible things since leaving the university, so, her innocent personality had long since flown out the window. In this new world, death was as common as breathing. Even a person as powerful as Bai Zimin had almost been killed during a battle, not to mention a weak and powerless old man. Nangang Lingzhen looked at Kong Lan with tearful eyes and asked in a pleading tone, "You must have a method, don't you? You certainly do have a magical skill. I saw you a moment ago when you were intending to activate it and the girl next to you stopped you." Her expression was so pitiful that even a tyrant would be moved. The soldiers inside the room could not stop their hearts from leaping at such beauty. Although they could all sleep with different women as long as they paid the price for their services and could even have some beauties as wives, Nangang Lingzhen's beauty was on a different level. Kong Lan hesitated and looked at Caijing. Unlike her friend and battle colleague, Kong Lan was kinder and less calculating, so after hearing the family's plight and seeing the pained expression on Nangang Lingzhen's face, she couldn't help but be moved. But Caijing was different after all. She looked at the Nangang siblings and pointed out, "In fact, Kong Lan has an active healing type skill. Your father's wound would disappear immediately considering her magic stat is quite high at this point and your father is a normal person." Nangang Lingzhen's and Nangang Yi's eyes lit up. But Caijing's next words were like a bucket of cold water falling on their heads on a winter day. "But why would we have to heal your father?" she asked with a serious expression. "Kong Lan can only use her skill twice a day, that's how valuable it is. If one of our members is injured, she is the only person capable of healing them. On the other hand, you are not part of our group. Am I wrong?" "Correct." Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen were surprised but soon understood. Why would they help them? For free? Even when society had not been brought down by the soul record, such kindness was a rarity, not to mention now that the world was in ruins. Nangang Yi was an intelligent man. At about 40 years old, he naturally understood what the young woman who was even younger than his younger sister meant. "In other words, if we join you, my father can be healed immediately?" Nangang Yi asked. Nangang Lingzhen was surprised and wanted to say something. But after thinking better of it, she decided to remain silent. They were already like homeless stray dogs anyway, if they could join a powerful armed group it was fine too. Besides, their father would definitely die if he didn't receive immediate magical treatment. Caijing smiled slightly and said in an apologetic tone, "If it were in normal times, that might be the case. But the leader was injured in a battle against a second-order beast, so he currently needs Kong Lan's magical healing as well. Our group is divided into 3 status levels: normal citizens, noble citizens, and royalty. As you understand, it is impossible for us to prioritize a normal citizen over the higher-level royalty." Nangang Yi's expression sank. Although he didn't know what the hell a second-order beast was or anything, he understood that his father would probably die here. The light in Nangang Lingzhen's beautiful hazel eyes dimmed as she heard the cruel reality. But she suddenly had an idea as she hurriedly asked, "Normal citizens, noble citizens, royalty. How does each of them differ and what are the requirements to become a noble citizen or royalty?" A bright smile appeared on Caijing's face. She looked at Nangang Lingzhen with appreciation, "Hehe. You are smart. The requirements are..." When Caijing finished explaining the workings of the power structure within the group, the Nangang siblings let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the order within the group had not yet been treated with special care, so the current situation was easier for them. "Then, we would like to join as royalty." Nangang Lingzhen stood up and explained her own strength. "My current level is 23. I have 3 passive skills and 2 active skills. My main active skill is called Energy Barrier and it's a first-order skill level 3. This skill allows me to block physical or magical attacks as long as I provide enough mana to it. The stronger the attack, the more mana the skill consumes." Nangang Yi also introduced himself. "My current level is 23. 4 passive skills and 1 active skill. My active skill is called Barbarian Strength, it is a first-order skill level 3. This skill grants me 180 strength points for half an hour and my skin becomes tough enough to block medium-caliber bullets." Caijing's and Kong Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Neither of them expected the Nangang siblings to be so powerful. One had to know that even Cai Jingii herself had only reached level 25 recently after absorbing a minor portion of the soul power of a second-order beast. Konglan was only level 22. With the strength of these two joining, the group would definitely become several folds more powerful. Chapter 220, Breathtaking Beauty. After fighting alongside Bai Zimin for so long and experiencing so many things together, Cai Jingii and Konglan were clear that a person's level did not mean that they were strong, even their skills obtained through the soul record did not tell the whole story. The purity of soul power represented the vast majority of a person's power along with intelligence, speed of adapting to different situations, cunning, and so on. But asking about soul power purity through statistics was rather rude unless that person was totally trustworthy, so it was not possible to know how strong the Nangang siblings really were. Still, even if Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen were not as strong as Cai Jingii, Wu Yujun, and Chen He, who had absorbed quite a bit of soul power from beasts above them, they were definitely a great asset to the group. Especially Nangang Lingzhen, her skill energy barrier was a rarity among rarities. Then everything is settled now. Cai Jingii smiled slightly and ordered the soldiers to lower their guns. Seeing that everything was finished, Nangang Yi sighed in relief and slowly stood up. So, can you heal my father now? Nangang Lingzhen was still worried about this matter. Sure. Cai Jingii nodded and looked at Konglan. Just once. Konglan extended her hand forward as she pointed at the injured elder and said in a serious voice, I still need to heal the leader at least once after this. With your current magic, one healing should be more than enough. Cai Jingii chuckled. Konglan's extended hand glimmered with a faint white radiance and under the watchful eyes of Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen, an orb of pure white light shot out towards the elder. Before the two could react, the white orb had already struck the abdomen where the wound was and disappeared as if it had never existed in the first place. A small grunt escaped from the old man's mouth, followed immediately by a small sigh of satisfaction. Without even saying a single word, his eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted straight away. Nangang Lingzhen reacted quickly and caught him while looking at Konglan suspiciously. My magic skill restores wounds, it doesn't recover lost blood. Konglan explained calmly. Your father needs to rest to slowly recover. But you don't need to worry, his life is out of risk. What a joke! Konglan's lesser healing skill was even capable of restoring bones turned to dust, how could it not be able to seal a bullet wound and heal injured organs? Nangang Yi and her younger sister looked at each other and finally relaxed a little when they heard Konglan's explanation. She had nothing to gain by lying to them as the truth would come out sooner rather than later, therefore, both siblings felt comfortable knowing that their father's life was out of danger. Besides, the fact that their father was under so much pressure for so many days at his age despite being just a normal human had finally taken its toll on him, so he collapsed immediately when he knew that all things had been settled. Cai Jingii clapped her hands softly and said with a serious expression, Now. I think we'd better report this to Shangguan Bing Shuet. Konglan nodded. The matter of a large camp with over 3,000 survivors north of our position is a serious matter. Because we have only been spreading out in the southern direction of Rulan City, we don't care about the other areas. But if we can receive all these people, the amount of manpower will increase and the speed at which we can spread out to look for our families will increase greatly. In the meantime, you two can go take a shower if you wish. I will have someone prepare a change of clothes for you. Cai Jingii offered upon seeing the poor condition the two siblings were in. Nangang Lingzhen's eyes immediately sparkled at the mention of a shower. She really couldn't take any more. Her clothes were dirty, her body was sweating from the constant battles, and she barely had time to rest. A hot shower would definitely replenish her mental energy to new heights. As the soldiers in charge of protecting the main northern road leading to the beginning village, several houses in the surrounding area had been fixed up, cleaned, and possessed all kinds of comforts. Soon, Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi were led by two different soldiers, one male and one female, to the baths. They were also offered military clothing to wear temporarily. Meanwhile, Cai Jingii took the military radio and quickly communicated with the central base in the village. She asked someone to pass the call to Shangguan Bingshui, and when she finally got through, she began to explain the situation they were in and the story told by Nangang Yi. After she finished explaining everything, Cai Jingii stood silently waiting for an answer. Even after half a minute, she received none. But she waited patiently, and several seconds later, Shangguan Bingshui's characteristic indifferent voice reached her. I understand. Since Bai Ziman is currently busy, I will personally go. Before Cai Jingii could say anything else, the communication was cut off directly. She stared at the radio in her hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 30 minutes later, Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi returned to the living room where Cai Jingii and Kong Lan were calmly drinking a cup of tea while chatting casually. This was a rare time when the two young women had a moment to rest, so naturally they made the most of it, as they were usually hunting zombies and searching for supplies in the surrounding area. Nangang Yi was quite burly, similar to Zhongde but naturally more mature. The age difference between the two was enough for one to be the father of the other after all. In his military uniform, he looked extremely brave, like a true soldier. As for Nangang Lingzhen, she naturally attracted most of the attention when she appeared in the room. This uniform is a bit tight. She couldn't help but grimace slightly. Cai Jingii looked at Nangang Lingzhen's breasts and the corner of her mouth twitched a couple of times. Compared to her B-cup breasts, Nangang Lingzhen looked as if she had two mountains instead of breasts, so the improvised female military uniform looked extremely tight in that area and looked like it was going to explode at any moment. But the chest area was not the only thing that stood out about Nangang Lingzhen. Her flowing black hair fell down to the middle of her back like a waterfall while an elegant aura surrounded her. The tight military uniform outlined the shape of her legs. The curve of her waist together with her butt was especially tempting. Combined with her lifted bosom, they formed a perfect S shape. A soldier swallowed saliva at the sight of her and quickly looked away in fright. The current Nangang Lingzhen belonged to royalty just like him, but the difference in real status was huge and he was very clear about it. Therefore, better to be cautious than to regret it later. Please sit down, both of you. Cai Jingii smiled slightly and pointed to the seat in front of her. A person with high authority will be arriving soon. We'll have to wait until then to see what to do next. Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi nodded and calmly sat down. After learning that their father was taken to a room, they both relaxed and were soon handed a cup of tea along with a saucer of snacks, which they both ate with great relish after having eaten almost nothing for 2 days. 10 minutes after the arrival of the Nangang siblings, the door to the living room was opened. A soldier held the door that way and stood to the side with a respectful and slightly reverent expression as he allowed the person behind him to enter the room. Nangang Lingzhen couldn't help but gasp slightly at the sight of the woman who entered the room. She knew that she was a beauty, regardless of whether it was during middle school, high school, college, or when she entered the working world. She was always the spotlight. However, even someone proud of her physical appearance like her had to admit defeat to the young woman who was 2 or 3 years younger than her. Even Nangang Yi, who was already entering his 40s, could not help but be surprised. Is this the person in authority? He thought silently. He never expected that the person in charge would actually be a young woman around 22 or 23 years old, let alone expected her to be a fairy-like beauty. The current Shangguan Bingshui wore a sky blue leather armor that shimmered and faintly reflected the sun's rays coming through the window glass. Her long silver hair danced softly with every step she took, in beautiful tune with the sound of her delicate feet touching the floor. Her body was perfection to say the least, with nothing to exaggerate but definitely nothing lacking. If Nangang Lingzhen had the body of a seductive woman, then Shangguan Bingshui had the body of a seductive ice fairy. Her cold and indifferent expression together with the frozen atmosphere surrounding her and her armor created a sharp contrast with her body that appeared to be as hot as flames. After Bai Ziman finished forging Shangguan Bingshui's equipment, he handed it over to Lu Ning and asked her to hand it over for him. Therefore, she at this time wore a completely new set of equipment. Her soft hand free of imperfections gently caressed the deep handle of the slim sword hanging from her small waist, and as she glanced at the people in the room, her cold eyes automatically stopped on Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi, causing both siblings to unconsciously straighten up in their seats. Shang Guanbing Shui was never one to beat around the bush. After taking a seat, a soldier handed her a cup of tea. She took a sip and gently set it down on the table before calmly saying, "Cai Jing I already explained your situation to me. First of all, welcome to the group. A person will explain the rules to you, rules that you must follow in their entirety and absolutely to the letter to avoid being expelled or punished. If you have any questions, you can look for someone with more authority than you. Are we good so far?" The two siblings snapped out of their surprise and after looking at each other for a moment looked back at Shang Guanbing Shui and nodded with serious expressions. "As long as the rules are fair, you don't need to worry about any of that," Nangang Yi declared in a deep voice. Shang Guanbing Shui ignored his words directly and instead came to the topic at hand, "About that camp. Tell me everything you know. From the number of armed men and the type of equipment to the division of powers and evolvers. The more the better." Chapter 221, Day 7, finally out. With Shang Guanbing Shui's first words said, Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen looked at each other. The elder brother nodded naturally and said in a deep serious voice, "As long as the rules are fair, you don't need to worry about any of that." Shang Guanbing Shui ignored his words directly and instead came to the topic at hand, "About that camp. Tell me everything you know. From the number of armed men and the type of equipment to the division of powers and evolvers. The more the better." The corner of Nangang Yi's mouth twitched a couple of times and he finally realized that the extremely beautiful young woman in front of him not only had a cold and indifferent face but her personality matched her appearance. Although Shang Guanbing Shui looked extremely beautiful and brave in her deep blue leather armor, as she sat there she looked like nothing more than an ordinary person. From an onlooker's point of view, she was nothing but a powerless beauty. But Nangang Yi was no fool. Someone capable of leading all these armed men could not be simple. Even the mage Kong Lan was sitting to the side with an expression of respect and admiration on her face every time she looked at her. Moreover, although it was something more intuitive, Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen felt like they were looking at a huge mountain instead of a person each time they looked at the young woman sitting in front of them. After a moment of silence, Nangang Yi began to tell in detail what he knew. "Leader, to be completely honest, I don't know exactly how much power the camp that I and my sister escaped from controls." He thought Shang Guanbing Shui was the highest leader so he directly called her that. No one in the room seemed to mind too much and let him continue. After all, it was true that Shang Guanbing Shui was one of the leaders. Not the highest leader, but a leader for sure. He continued, "What I do know quite accurately is the amount of armed forces controlled by Kong Rong. Kong Rong controls approximately 230 men with guns used by the People's Liberation Army in ancient times, quite similar to the weaponry that the group of soldiers outside possesses but perhaps with less firepower." Nangang Yi had naturally seen the machine guns and rifles that the beginning village soldiers used. He judged that they must have opened a vintage military camp. Kong Rong found or opened a military camp. Shang Guanbing Shui interrupted and a slight frown appeared on her face. "No." Nangang Yi shook his head without hesitation. "Definitely no. Neither Kong Rong nor the other police chief have opened a military camp. They all use the supplies that the two police stations controlled before the apocalypse." "I see. Go on." Shang Guanbing Shui relaxed a little. If the other group had opened a military camp things would be more complicated and she would probably have to wait for Bai Zimin to come out of his confinement to decide what to do since it was too crucial a decision. But if not, then it was easier and there was no need to go around the issue so much. Other than these 230 armed men, there are no heavy weaponry like tanks or anything similar. Nangang Yi thought deeply for a moment before continuing, "At most, 4 or 5 vehicles with mounted weapons similar to those outside. Nangang Yi was powerful even among the Kongrong forces. He knew a lot of information about this man's faction and without hesitation spilled everything he knew. Anyway, his family and the other side could not coexist. Besides, this was a good opportunity to see what this group was capable of. If they were weak, then he would have to think about what to do together with his sister. From Nangang Yi's mouth, Shang Guanbing Shui got a rough general idea of the situation in the other camp. Apart from the 230 armed men and a couple of vehicles mounted with weapons, Kong Rong had under his command approximately 100 people who had evolved by absorbing soul power. The power among these evolvers varied, some of them had barely begun to evolve while others were terribly powerful. Kong Rong's faction, after entering into a dispute with the other faction, occupied the southern part of the camp with approximately half of the survivors under his command. The name of the other police chief who controlled the northern part of the camp was Liu Yan. Liu Yan was already in his 50s, but with the help of several of his trusted men, he managed to evolve quite a bit, so he looked quite healthy despite his age. As for how powerful Liu Yan's forces were or what levels his evolvers were, Nangang Yi did not know. Since Kong Rong controls 50% and Liu Yan controls the other 50%, the strength between the two sides should be quite balanced then. Shang Guanbing Shui thought to herself as she gently took a sip of tea. This tea was extremely fragrant and of high quality. There were only about 400 grams in total, and except for important meetings, even someone like her could not enjoy it often. If the strength between the two sides were too different, then one would have already swallowed the other. Otherwise, why on earth would Liu Yan allow Kong Rong to protect his son Kong Hong after his own daughter was almost raped? Therefore, the strength of the two must have been so similar that neither side was willing to risk attacking the other fiercely for fear of losing everything or achieving a victory so miserable that it could not even be called a victory. Still, the situation was a bit complicated. If it was only a few hundred armed men, Shang Guanbing Shui was 100% sure to finish them all off regardless of whether they had battle tanks or not. The problem here was that the other sides also had more than 200 evolvers in total. Even if these evolvers were of a lower level and Shang Guanbing Shui was countless times more powerful, a human was not the same as a beast. Humans could think out tactics, and if she made a small mistake she could end up falling. Shang Guanbing Shui did not know what active skills the other party had, and without this information, she was unwilling to make a hasty decision. She was aware that an army of ants could end the life of an elephant. Shang Guanbing Shui herself had defeated a level 47 fully evolved First Order Goblin while she was still only level 25 using tactics and knowledge. This was the best evidence that even First Order existences could fall before a weaker but smarter and more cunning enemy. Cai Jing I and the rest inside the room remained silent. Their gazes were partially focused on the silver-haired woman who seemed to be deep in thought. After more than 10 minutes during which she had drawn up different plans, countermeasures, and after having thought of countless situations, Shang Guanbing Shui finally finished drinking her cup of tea. She calmly said, "We'd better wait for Bai Ziman to come out of his confinement and fully recover before deciding what to do." Then, she looked at the two Nangang siblings and said with characteristic coldness, "You two should stay around. You'll have to lead the way in a few days." With Camp Baquan to the south and another camp to the north, the beginning village was practically enclosed and they could only return to the west where the university was or to the east by an unknown path. Therefore, it was natural to have to attack one of the parties if they wanted to continue to grow freely. Although Shang Guanbing Shui was very confident, this decision was extremely important and the risks of failure could be devastating. Moreover, she also knew that with Bai Ziman there teaming up with her, even if the other side was twice as powerful they could still only fall obediently. Two first-order existences with considerably high levels and powerful active skills teaming up against a few hundred evolvers could only result in total domination. After saying those words, she stood up straight and left. She still had a lot of work to oversee and things that needed to be done by her personally. Her time was too valuable and every minute that passed could result in the evolution of a powerful enemy. This. Nangang Lingzhen was dumbfounded. This beautiful young lady arrived like a cold breeze, and at the same speed she arrived, she left. She gave no explanation for anything and did as she pleased. This was the difference of status and power. Cai Jingii and Kong Lan looked at each other and sighed in relief. Fortunately, Shang Guanbing Shui was still rational as always and did not get carried away by power. If she gave the order to attack the other party, with Bai Zimin away, no one would be able to oppose her. Who is this person called Bai Zimin? Nangang Yi finally woke up when Shang Guanbing Shui left and asked what caught his attention the most. Wasn't that young beauty the leader of this group? If so, then why on earth would she need someone else's approval? He was secretly surprised. Cai Jingii giggled softly and as she stood up said with a tinge of pride in her voice, Bai Zimin is the main leader of our group. What? Nangang Yi was once again surprised, although he already had his doubts about it, that young miss from before then. She is Shang Guanbing Shui. She could also be counted as the leader of this camp. It's just that Bai Zimin is stronger, so he makes the most important decisions. Kong Lan wasn't too sure either, but she said what she thought. The two Nangang siblings looked at each other not knowing what to think about it. In the end, they both shook their heads and decided to wait. It wasn't like they could do anything else at the moment anyway. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 4 days flew by. With the sun rising on the horizon and illuminating the land, the nocturnal beings closed their eyes again while the diurnal ones awoke, preparing to slaughter everything that came their way in order to become more powerful and evolve. The survivors in beginning village slowly got out of their beds and left their homes, preparing for another day of work. There were simply too many things to do, and if they wanted to eat and bring more security to the place where they lived, then they had no choice but to make an effort and do their bit. The leaders and the other evolvers were powerful, there was no doubt about that. But even they had limits to what they could do. The clearest example of this was Bai Zimin himself. He was powerful, but if he had not established his own faction, then the amount of work he would have to do would be much more. Let's take blacksmithing as an example. During the past week, Bai Zimin only focused on swinging the hammer and nothing else. But if he were alone, then he would have to dismantle the monsters by himself, throw away the useless parts and separate them from the useful ones, take care of the meat so it wouldn't rot, take care of the blood, and many other tasks. But thanks to the fact that he built a faction step by step, he could take small freedoms and focus on really important things, thus decreasing the amount of effort he would originally have to put in. If he had to go through all the processes, forget about a week, even a month of work wouldn't necessarily have been enough. Crack! The door to the workshop that had remained practically completely closed for 7 days, finally opened. Chapter 222, First Order Chen He. The central area of the beginning village was where 100% of the battle power was concentrated, from the lowest soldiers to those who led squads of several dozen men, all of them lived in the central area. While there were differences in treatment, as was the case with the type of food they could enjoy or the luxuries they could afford, as well as the difference in the quality of houses, they all enjoyed the same title, royalty. At first, it was fine since the beginning village barely had 1,000 survivors anyway. But after the 4 big bosses were defeated and Bai Zimin's group took over the territory, they began to tirelessly expand in all directions while searching for resources and rescuing more and more survivors. Therefore, it was necessary to make some adjustments in the government and the separation of power. After all, a common soldier could not enjoy the same title as those who controlled the real power of the settlement. In one of the larger villas in the center of the village. This villa had a total of 4 floors in all and occupied a large tract of land. It was adorned with quite a few luxuries considering it was only a village villa. More than a dozen beautiful and pretty women of different ages walked everywhere, carefully cleaning even the tiniest speck of dust. All of these women were extremely careful about their work and seemed to take special care to keep their voices low when they spoke. Especially when they looked at the large double door at the end of the corridor that was open wide. This villa was the place where the most powerful people in the entire village would occasionally congregate to have meetings and make important future decisions. A single word from any of the people able to enter and sit in this great hall was enough to make the life of any of these women miserable, so they were all careful with their actions. In addition, the pay they received was extremely generous compared to other people. None of them were willing to lose this job no matter what. Inside the huge hall, Bai Zeman was resting with his eyes closed. Standing behind him, Lilith in her lily form had a faint smile on her face while her charming dark eyes occasionally glittered. The atmosphere was quiet and calm, a gentle atmosphere that could only exist when the trust between two people reached a certain threshold. Bai Zeman was currently wearing comfortable clothes. He had not yet put on his armor. What he was doing at the moment was gliding through the records engraved in his soul. Although he had not left his workshop for a total of 7 days, his records had slight changes, but only now could he focus on them, as when the green letters appeared in his retina, he simply pushed them away as he was focused on blacksmithing and nothing but blacksmithing. Blacksmithing, First Order Passive Skill, Level 2, increases your ability and knowledge of forging to double. You have a 5% chance to forge items with a special characteristic even using normal low-quality materials with no special characteristics. After forging so many equipment for 7 days with practically no rest and consuming 1 first-order soul stone and 10 unclassified soul stones, Bai Zeman's blacksmithing skill evolved quite a lot. In just 1 week, it went from an unclassified skill level 3 to a first-order skill level 2, the progress had been quite fast. The number of survivors under your rule has exceeded 2,000. Your overall power increases by 0.2%. Current total bonus, 1.2%. Bai Zeman finally opened his eyes and sighed a little satisfied. The 0.1% increase in extra power after obtaining another 1,000 survivors was so little that it could practically be ignored. But in reality, as the number of survivors under his rule increased, that mere 0.1% could reach a number so terrifying that he could not even imagine. Even the tallest skyscraper starts from the floor. To reach the heavens, a person needed to firmly settle their feet on the ground, and just like anyone trying to defy gravity, the first steps were difficult and slow, but like a rocket soaring into outer space, once the flight was undertaken, everything was easier. Apparently, the rest didn't really slack off while I was out. He smiled slightly. You'll know soon enough. Lilith replied lightly. A series of footsteps were heard from outside the hall before the two could continue chatting. Soon, a large group of people appeared and everyone's gaze focused on Bai Zeman, who was sitting at the head of a huge wooden table about 10 meters long. Bai Zeman also returned their gaze and inspected everyone one by one. Shang Guanbing Shuet, Chen He, Wu Yujun, Cai Jing Fu Suifeng, Zhongde, Kong Lan, Luo Cheng, Luo Ning, Xiaoming, Fu Qigong, and several other people who possessed control over at least a team of armed men consisting of no less than 20 men. I really need to make adjustments to the social pyramid. Bai Zeman frowned slightly as he realized that the current situation really was a bit exasperating. Soon, all the people took their seats and the table was almost completely filled, leaving nothing but a couple of chairs free. But at this rate, they might fill up sooner rather than later, and even the whole hall would not be enough. Wu Yujun looked at Bai Zeman with sparkling eyes. Her dark eyes seemed to contain stars from the night sky within them, and her red lips curved slightly, seemingly happy to see him. It's been 7 days. She was the first to speak and didn't seem the least bit shy when she said, I see that you've fully recovered and I'm very happy about that. Bai Zeman looked at her and noticed that she was wearing the armor he had forged for her. Wu Yujun's body was truly exquisite. The leather armor seemed to fit her perfectly, and even Bai Zeman himself was surprised as he had not taken her body measurements or anything similar. Every curve of her graceful and seductive body was outlined with firmness, while her bosom area seemed to be even more prominent than in the past. In fact, it was not only Wu Yujun who was wearing the armor. Everyone present was wearing armor forged by Bai Zeman. Although Shang Guanbing Shue's armor and the rest were of higher quality and with better bonuses, the defense of any of these armors was enough to ignore the damage of medium-caliber bullets. Bai Zimin smiled slightly and responded calmly, "Thank you for worrying. But I'm fine now, as you can see." He did not take Wu Yuzhen's words to heart too seriously. She naturally noticed this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just when she seemed to want to say something, Shang Guanbing Shui interrupted. "Here is a documented summary of what happened during the past 7 days." Shang Guanbing Shui, who was sitting to Bai Zimin's right, passed him a pile of documents. He received the documents and read them calmly. Only a minute or two was enough as his brain process was much faster than in the past. From the current population to the amount of supplies on hand, everything was written there. There was even a map marking the areas explored and an approximation of how long rations would last with current consumption. The person who had made these documents really did a wonderful job. Bai Zimin put the documents down on the table and looked at Shang Guanbing Shui calmly, "Who documented all this?" Shang Guanbing Shui looked at him indifferently and said with her usual coldness, "Yu Jun, and I did it after gathering the information from all the scouting teams." He was not bothered by her cold voice, he was used to it. Besides, he knew this was simply her personality. "I see." He nodded calmly and looked at the two women as he said, "You two did a great job. You saved me a lot of headaches." Wu Yuzhen smiled brightly and her eyes curved into a charming crescent shape, attracting the attention of the men in the room. Shang Guanbing Shui simply nodded with a calm expression on her face. Although her expression did not change, every little gesture she made was surprisingly elegant and beautiful to look at. Bai Zimin finally looked at Chen He and said with a faint smile, "Congratulations on evolving to First Order." The room fell silent when those words came out of his mouth. Among those present, almost everyone knew what a First Order existence represented. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen He and the way they looked at him changed completely. Chen He was not embarrassed by the stares he received. He was already used to being the focus of attention from a young age, so he was able to act naturally. He looked at Bai Zimin with a smile and nodded, "Thank you very much. I only advanced 2 days ago." Then, he said with some surprise, "But how do you know I break through? I was going to announce it during this meeting and only told Yu Jun and Bing Shui until now." Since Bai Zimin was confined in his workshop, it was impossible for Shang Guanbing Shui or Wu Yuzhen to have told him the news. Simply put, he noticed it by himself. This was something Chen He could not understand, so he asked doubtfully. Bai Zimin calmly replied, "I have absorbed a lot of First Order soul power. So much so that except for some high-level beasts I don't even receive extra stats anymore. Therefore, I can feel the difference in the aura between an unclassified existence and a First Order existence quite easily." Chen He's eyes finally lit up and he understood. The same thing happened to him when unclassified existences appeared. He could identify the difference immediately, so Bai Zimin's words made a lot of sense. Still, Chen He could not help but smile bitterly in secret. While Bai Zimin received almost no stats from any First Order beings, he still received a great and powerful boost every time he killed one. This left a bitter taste in his mouth, as with those words Bai Zimin had inadvertently said that his soul power was much purer than his and consequently much more powerful as well. Bai Zimin did not seem to be aware of Chen He's thoughts. His gaze swept over everyone in the room, pausing on Cai Jing for a moment. "If you need help with your breakthrough mission, just tell me," he offered. Cai Jing smiled sweetly and nodded. She had managed to break through level 24 during the previous week, advancing to level 25 and thus receiving her evolution mission to First Order. Then, Bai Zimin's gaze fell on the only two people he had never seen before and who, judging by the aura of their bodies, were only slightly weaker than Cai Jing. This surprised him a little, since Cai Jing was currently the 5th or 4th most powerful person in his faction. But after some thought, that surprise disappeared completely. It was only natural that among so many people, some had certain talents or had had their own fortuitous encounters. They may even have spent sleepless nights hunting zombies to tirelessly raise their levels. He and his group were not the only ones evolving and growing. While Bai Zimin was scanning the two of them, Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen were also secretly studying him. Over the past 4 days since joining this group, Nangang Yi and Nangang Lingzhen had heard many things about the main leader. His feats had practically spread among every survivor, and even those new ones who had never seen him before were aware of his brilliance. But what Nangang Lingzhen and her brother did not expect was that this leader was only a young man of 20 or 21 years old. Chapter 223, I Want to Be a King. Bai Zimin's current appearance was undoubtedly above average, not too much, but above average. If the human model of beauty was a rating from 1 to 10, then he would undoubtedly be a solid 7. Compared to his past barely 5, the improvement had been quite great. However, it was hardly noticeable to those who had been by his side during the whole process of evolution. Even to himself it was difficult to notice such a change. But for people like Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi who were only seeing him for the first time, things were different. If they saw a picture of Bai Zimin a month ago, they would undoubtedly be surprised. In fact, among all those present, the person who had changed the most physically was Bai Zimin. Although Shang Guanbing Shui and Chen He were also first-order beings, the improvement in appearance they both received through evolution had not been as great as his. As for the reason, it could be because Shang Guanbing Shui and Chen He were practically perfect from the beginning even without the intervention of soul power and soul record. Whether this was so or whether there was another hidden reason, Bai Zimin did not know yet. When it came to physique, although he currently wore comfortable sportswear, the muscles that contained explosive power and dominance could not be fully hidden. As Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi looked at that pair of eyes as black as night, the two siblings felt that this gaze was as deep as a depthless black hole. No matter how hard they tried to understand something, neither of them even managed to know what the thoughts of the young man in front of them were. Bai Zimin was not only surprised by the strength of the two people in front of him, but he was also a little surprised by how beautiful Nangang Lingzhen was. Of course, that minuscule surprise was only by comparing her to most normal women. In reality, it was impossible for a woman to attract him with her beauty alone. Not after spending so much time with a succubus like Lilith. Seeing Bai Zimin looking at the new recruits, Shang Guanbing Shui intruded on them both. These two are new members of the group, they joined while you were working in your workshop. The woman's name is Nangang Lingzhen, the man Nangang Yi. As for their levels. All right, before that, I would like to talk about another matter. Bai Zimin interrupted her. He did not want everyone present to know the levels of people who in the future might be important. Shang Guanbing Shui frowned slightly as she thought it was a bit impolite of Bai Zimin to interrupt her mid-dialogue. However, she soon calmed down and that little displeasure magically disappeared. After everyone was silent, Bai Zimin began to explain some things that were bothering him. As you all or at least most of you already know, our camp has a simple order divided into 3 levels, namely, normal citizens, noble citizens, and royalty. This type of order was sufficient in the past as the amount of people under our control was not that large, but little by little that number has been increasing, and in the future it will undoubtedly grow even more. Some people's eyes glittered slightly when they heard this. Many of them had already realized that the current social system had several problems, but the biggest problem that needed to be solved as soon as possible was the distinct difference in status. Humans were greedy and competitive beings by nature. With a clear social distinction, some would naturally feel dissatisfied. But at the same time, that dissatisfaction could become the spark that in the future would light the fuse, thus making more and more people strive to climb higher. Bai Zimin explained a few more things to make some matters clear for those who did not understand and then continued. The ancient society collapsed completely. There is no doubt about it. Everyone was silent and some even nodded unconsciously. It had already been a month since the apocalypse broke out, but except for one camp apparently led by a mayor, the central government did not give the slightest news or sign. No one had any hope in the appearance of the Chinese government or army, they knew they were on their own. Since the old society collapsed, I decided to establish a new one. Bai Zimin declared in a deep voice, followed by gasps from some people. Several people present became agitated as they understood what Bai Zimin meant by those words. Little Luoning, who was barely 9 years old, looked at Bai Zimin with her big pure eyes and asked innocently, "Big brother, what do you mean by a new society?" Bai Zimin chuckled and while looking at the girl replied half jokingly half seriously, "That means big brother wants to be a king." "Whoa! Big brother, if you become a king then I want to be a pretty princess." Luoning's eyes sparkled and a big smile appeared on her face. She apparently liked the idea of him being a king. Ha ha ha! Bai Zimin laughed merrily and while moving the mana out his body, he made Luoning's body float with ease and make her sit on his lap, to which the girl responded with a burst of happy laughter. However, the reaction of the people in the room was quite mixed. Unlike the innocent little girl, the adults knew what Bai Zimin's words meant. This? A king? Nangang Yi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He looked at the young man sitting in the main seat as if he was looking at a madman. You're joking, aren't you?" Bai Zimin looked at him slightly and his lips curved upward slightly. "What do you think?" he replied rhetorically. His voice was as serious as could be. Fu Qigong finally couldn't sit idly by after hearing Bai Zimin's words and seeing that he really meant what he said. Wait a moment. A king? Bai Zimin, that would be the same as going against his words caught in his throat and he could not continue. No one attacked him, but he himself realized that what he was about to say was nonsensical. Government? Where was the government now? In fact, was there really even an active government? As for the army, Fu Qigong was quite an experienced military man, but even then he and his men were kicked aside like dogs and even several brothers were shot to death by those who in the past were their comrades. In the end, Fu Qigong sighed and his shoulders slumped as he sat with a helpless look on his face. This military man who in the past enjoyed the rank of sergeant realized that trying to return China to the China of the past was nothing more than a deluded and childish dream. Wasn't he wearing the armor of a monster never seen before? Today it was evolved or mutated leather armor that replaced bulletproof vests. Tomorrow, war tanks could be replaced by some kind of magical weapon built from monster materials. With the intervention of mana, the world was changing. People were changing too. So, the rules, the lifestyle, and society as a whole needed to change to adapt to the changes as well. After thinking about this, Fu Qigong's mood improved remarkably. He looked at Bai Zimin and said earnestly, "As long as you do not harm innocents, I am willing to serve you with my life. Let me welcome you again then." Bai Zimin chuckled and nodded with a satisfied expression. Whatever thoughts Fu Qigong might have, a brave and experienced soldier was more than welcome. Bai Zimin looked at everyone present and asked with a calm expression on his face. "Are any of you not satisfied with what I said?" The people looked at each other but no one stood up. Many were afraid that Bai Zimin would explode their heads with a punch. Surprisingly, the first person to speak was XIETIAN. "Leader, if you allow me." "Go ahead." He nodded calmly. He knew what she wanted to say, the girl was trying to clear up doubts from the others. XIETIAN sighed in relief that he wasn't angry and then she continued. "If you want to become a king, then what will happen to the current social system?" Bai Zimin did not hesitate and said, "I plan to use the social pyramid used in the Middle Ages but with some modifications." Shang Guanbing Xuet, Wu Yujun, Chen He, and the rest looked at him waiting for his next words. The looks varied, but Bai Zimin did not seem to mind as he continued speaking. Starting from the highest to the lowest position, king, high nobility and army, low nobility, high citizens, low citizens. And lastly, serfs, also known as slaves. Slaves. Chen He and Wu Yujun sucked in cold air when they heard the word slaves. Although they had somehow already expected it, this did not lessen the shock they felt. As members of high-powered families in China's government or military, slavery was something they could not agree to no matter what. This was not something as simple as principles, their upbringing from birth prevented them from believing it. Forget about them, everyone in the room freaked out. Still, no one dared to interrupt. Shang Guanbing Shui frowned and seemed to want to say something, but suddenly, as if realizing something, the corner of her lips lifted slightly and her eyes glittered playfully. Bai Zimin explained the social system and the divisions. There was no need to explain that the king was the absolute ruler. The high nobility was divided into a few minor subgroups, archduke, duke, and marquis. The ranks of the army would remain the same as today but with some minor changes. The lower nobility was divided into 3 minor subgroups just like the high nobility, count, viscount, baron. Normal citizens had no subdivisions. This large group was composed of all those who worked. Their treatment could vary depending on the merits achieved through their work. The low citizens did not have subdivisions either. They were all those who did nothing and except for slaves were the lowest caste. They would all eat the worst of meals, sleep in the worst of accommodations, and enjoy zero privilege as they had no private property and even the clothes they wore did not belong to them. They were like slaves with the only difference being that they were still free to leave at will. As for the slaves, Bai Zimin paused and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Those who betray the group will be executed, their family turned into slaves and forced to do hard labor. Even if a member of the lower nobility decides to kill them or play with them at will, there is no problem at all. Those who strongly oppose in the king's way, once captured and neutralized, will be given the opportunity to join a new military troop where they can earn merits and be like any other citizen. But if they resist even then, they will be forced to become slaves for the rest of their lives. Those who rape or kill innocents will be turned into slaves. But if anyone dares to touch a single hair of a small child, that person will be executed. No exception. Bai Zimin's voice was as cold as ice. Especially at the end, his voice seemed to be that of a demon from hell. As everyone looked at little Luoning, who seemed oblivious to everything as she sat on his lap, they all noticed that the leader seemed to be quite kind to children. The room was silent for a long time. While those small leaders of a small squad of armed men looked anxiously around, as they knew that their real status was not enough to interfere in this kind of talks and decisions, those who did have the power of speech lowered their heads and plunged into deep thoughts. Chapter 224, A King and a Dynasty. The thoughts in the minds of each person present were varied but at the same time similar. Weird, but if one were to put oneself in the shoes of these people, one would realize that it was extremely understandable. It was true. There was no doubt that a new social system was urgently needed. If they did not handle this matter correctly in the initial stages, when it was still early and the faction was still a little baby in its first steps, then it would be extremely difficult to solve the problems later when everything was developed and on track. In a sense it was similar to a tree. If it was not straightened when it was still in the development and growth stage, straightening it when its trunk was already firm would be practically impossible. The problem was that everyone here had their own selfish thoughts. This was natural, after all, every human being and every mind was a completely different infinite world. What position will I occupy in the new social pyramid? What benefits will I receive? Will I still be able to enjoy the same privileges? Will I lose something in the process? Will my rights be less than they are now? Questions such as these flickered in the minds of almost everyone like a disorderly whirlwind that threatened to crush their brains due to stress. As if that wasn't enough, there were other concerns present as well. Aren't you afraid that the other survivors will rise up against you? Wu Yujun finally asked what many were worried about. If Bai Zimin had said that he wanted to be the new president and the highest authority of the army after establishing a new China, then everything would be fine. He and his feats would be glorified in the history books and he would even live for all eternity as a hero, the hero who saved the country and unified it once again. However, Bai Zimin aimed to be a king. A president and a king were similar from a certain point of view, so there should not be much of a problem even though they were two different words. The kings of old times were not all powerful either, they also needed to listen to their ministers and advisors or the nobility, just like the president of a nation. So why was it problematic to be a king? The reason was simple. For a king to be born, a dynasty needed to be founded. A dynasty meant that all the power of the country that became a dynasty would pass into the hands of the royal family. The citizens would no longer have any right to choose their rulers, and the king of each generation would always be the crown prince of the founding family. Bai Zemin responded indifferently, "Fear? What am I afraid of? People who dare not fight zombies? Or should I fear those who are weaker than me? Even if an army appears before me, it can only succumb to my fists." Hearing his reply in the extremely confident tone that exuded even a tinge of arrogance, the people in the room were surprised. Although Bai Zemin's voice was indifferent, the faint murderous intent released by his words made everyone feel their hair stand on end. Bai Zemin was already prepared for anything. During the past 7 days, when he occasionally took a few minutes to rest, he and Lilith would chat about the course to follow. After thinking countless times and developing myriad scenarios in his mind, he finally decided to set up a dynasty that would later transform into a faction. A place where his word was worth more than the word of God. Hearing the conviction in his voice, Wu Yujun did not ask any more questions and instead began to think carefully about what to do next. She had realized that it would do no good to try to persuade him of the contrary. After staying for about a month with him, she knew that he was a person whose mentality was difficult to change when he had already made up his mind. He looked at everyone present and announced, "I will not force anyone to be a part of this. I am sure you are all aware of how dangerous the path to achieving my ideals will be. If any of you are unhappy with my way of thinking or believe that my thoughts are illogical, you are free to leave the camp. To those of you who decide to leave, I can give you a week's rations as a token of gratitude for your work so far." Some people began to mumble among themselves and several hesitated. Except for Fu Qigong, who had already made clear his position of following Bai Zemin, the rest had yet to make their thoughts on the matter clear. Achieving what Bai Zemin wanted was risky, no doubt about that. If they failed, then they would all be slaughtered, and even the families they had started to build gradually would be crushed. This danger was further intensified if the government managed to make a comeback. However, humans were greedy beings by nature. Damn it! Xiaoming slammed the table noisily and stood up. His eyes burned with fervor like two bright flames as he said, "Go big or go home. Lead no, king. I am in." Xiaoming had witnessed how terrifying Bai Zemin was. With his monstrous might, it was not a dream to successfully achieve his goal. Then, why not give it a try? If Xiaoming's bet went wrong, at worst he would just die and that was it. In return, if he won, status, power, women, fame, wealth, luxuries, privileges of all kinds would be within his reach. As one of the first to join the absolute ruler, Xiaoming, his family and all his generations to come would enjoy unattainable glory. All thanks to his foresight and past bravery. Fu Suifeng scratched his head and stood up as he said, somewhat embarrassed, "Well, I guess I'm in too." Cai Jing I and Kong Lan looked at each other as if by prior agreement before standing up with slight smiles on their faces. Although they said nothing, the look in their eyes towards Bai Zemin was more than enough for anyone to understand that both women were following him. Luoning jumped off Bai Zemin's lap after a bit of a struggle and said loudly, "Big brother Bai, I will help you become a king too. Then, you have to help me become a beautiful princess." Luoning looked at her blood big brother Luo Cheng and said with shining eyes, "Big brother, you will also help us, right?" Luo Cheng secretly sighed. To be honest, he didn't care if Bai Zemin wanted to be king or Jade Emperor. As long as he and his little sister could continue with their current lives, it was enough. Therefore, Luo Cheng stood up and calmly said, "I guess there is no choice. I'll have to help my little sister become a princess after all." Hee hee. Luoning laughed and ran to him to hug him tightly. Gradually, almost all the people in the room stood up with bright eyes. They all agreed to join Bai Zemin in his conquest to form a new total domain. If they left now, considering how cruel the outside world was, their lives would be miserable to say the least. Even if they were given a week's worth of rations and survived that long, what would they do next? Roam the forests where beasts ran rampant? Go to the zombie-infested cities? Since someone so powerful wanted to rule, then why not help him to pave the road to the top? That way, if they succeeded, they could enjoy endless eternal glory. Even in their graves they would be praised and worshipped by countless. There were a few people who remained seated. Bai Zimin looked at the beautiful woman beside him and calmly asked, "What about you?" Shang Guanbing Shui raised her head and stared at him, apparently thinking of what to answer. He did not press her further, he knew it was not an easy choice. Least of all for her, who came from a government or military family. If she decided to follow Bai Zimin, it would be the same as betraying not only the country, but also her family and her ancestors. Still, Bai Zimin hoped that she did accept. After so much, he was slowly beginning to see her as a good battle partner and even came to think that being her friend was not an impossibility. But if she wished to leave, then he would not force her to stay even though he had the strength and means to do that. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she spoke with absolute calm, "Before I decide what to do, I have one question, 2 requests, and 1 condition. It will be up to you from here." "Oh." Bai Zimin's eyes glittered slightly, clearly surprised. To be honest, he wasn't too optimistic and was already prepared to lose an important and powerful fighter. "Tell me what you think." He nodded without hesitation. "I'll start with a question then. In case I decide to join in your conquest, what will be my position?" Shang Guanbing Shui asked as she looked into his eyes. Her bright sky blue eyes were so piercing that they seemed to be able to see into his very soul, as if she wanted to see his truths and his lies. Bai Zimin chuckled and shook his head. This was an easier question to answer than he had originally expected. "With your intelligence and personal strength, I had planned to confer upon you the position of high nobility and the only archduchess in that. Only under the king but above myriads." Shang Guanbing Shui nodded indifferently and continued, "My condition is that, if I decide to join you in your conquests, if at any time I deem you have gone mad for power, let me go along with those I consider important." "You?" Bai Zimin this time was so surprised that his eyes widened in amazement. What Shang Guanbing Shui had just said was not as simple as it sounded, she was implying many things. For example, she had basically accepted that it would be practically impossible for her to ever get over him and that was why she wanted his word. For an incredibly proud and arrogant woman like her to say such a thing, one had to imagine how difficult it was. But what shocked Bai Zimin the most was something else. "Aren't you afraid I'll go against my word?" he asked in confusion. "I mean, if at some point I go mad for power, why would I let you go? Wouldn't it be more logical to do everything possible, and even forcefully use all means possible to force you to obey me?" Surprisingly, Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head softly and closed her eyes for a moment before staring at him again. "Although there are many things about you that I might not like, at least I know that you are a trustworthy man." To this day, no matter how difficult the situation was or how hard the circumstances were, you not only saved everyone you were able to save by putting your life in danger, but you have also kept your promises to the letter. Therefore, at the very least, I can say that I trust your word." Unaffected and unconcerned by the various reactions of different people and ignoring a particular glance of jealousy, Bai Zimin looked at the woman sitting to his right for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. After what seemed like an eternity, he said in a serious voice, "I promise. If at any time my actions make you think I have gone mad, you and your loved ones can leave at will. But you need not worry about that, my head is firmly on my shoulders and my feet firmly planted on the earth." Shang Guanbing Shui shook her head and ignored Bai Zimin's last words. Whether he managed to resist the temptation of power or not remained to be seen. Although he had so far maintained his sanity and personality without getting carried away, Shang Guanbing Shui had seen many people who after gaining power changed completely. Chapter 225, Cracked Stone Heart. After Bai Zimin accepted Shang Guanbing Shui's condition and gave her his word in front of everyone that, if at any time she thought or believed that he had gone mad because of the power he controlled, she would be given permission to leave with her loved ones at will, she did not delay and submitted her first request. My first request is that you wait. That I wait? Bai Zimin asked again and looked at her blankly. Shang Guanbing Shui calmly explained, before I decide whether I will join your crazy plan or not, I want to see the situation of the two camps set up by government forces. What? Two camps? He was again shocked, but this time it was about something else. Two camps? As far as he knew, there was only one camp to the south, Camp Baquan, which daily transmitted its location by satellite radio. As if he had thought of something, Bai Zimin looked at the beautiful Nangang Lingzhen and her brother Nangang Yi. Shang Guanbing Shui's next words confirmed his theory. There is another camp to the north. Nangang Lingzhen and Nangang Yi are survivors who escaped from that place due to certain circumstances. Bai Zimin remained silent for a moment. After hesitating a bit, he shook his head and said, before I go into that topic, I would like to know what your next request is. I agree with the first one. It's not like anything is going to change anyway. This time it was Shang Guanbing Shui's turn to hesitate. Her wandering and evasive look really surprised Bai Zimin, as this was the first time her indifferent but firm gaze looked so complicated. About my second request. I'll tell you in the future. In the end, she shook her head and sighed lightly. Bai Zimin was silent for a while as he gently tapped the table with his finger before cautiously saying, "Okay. As long as your demand isn't crazy or doesn't harm my interests or that of anyone in the group, it should be fine." Shang Guanbing Shui nodded indifferently and did not say anything else. Her expression did not change after hearing Bai Zimin's words, which suggested that her request should be more of a personal thing that did not involve other people. At least that was what he assumed, as to whether this was the case or not was unknown. Seeing that she remained silent, Bai Zimin looked at Wu Yuzhen. The beautiful woman with an extremely seductive body and an innocent face like that of a little girl looked hesitant. Her two black eyes seemed to be having an internal struggle as different emotions constantly blinked inside them. But this was quite natural. Bai Zimin understood Wu Yuzhen's struggles perfectly. Unlike Shang Guanbing Shui, who seemed to have her own story to tell and problems with her family, Wu Yuzhen was always happy in her family. This could be seen based on her outgoing and cheerful personality, like a butterfly fluttering among the spring flowers. As the granddaughter of the Premier of China and a member of a family with who knew how many years of history, it was extremely difficult for Wu Yuzhen to accept what Bai Zimin was putting forward today. If she accepted, it meant the same as opposing everything her family had fought to build and the ideals her loved ones had implanted in her from an early age. You don't need to worry. Bai Zimin's calm voice caught her gaze. When she looked up and met that pair of eyes as deep as a depthless abyss, Wu Yuzhen's heart skipped a beat. Even if you can't join my ideals, it's also okay. He continued and looked at Shang Guanbing Shui for a moment before saying, since you are Shang Guanbing Shui's friend, I will not ask you to leave. However, if at some point your family and I clash, it is likely that at that time you will be forced to take a decision. Besides, as long as you are here, you will have to obey my orders as you have done so far. Of course, if you want to leave, you are free to do so at will. The hall fell silent. All those who had already agreed to be part of Bai Zimin's crazy idea of unifying the whole country under a single sovereign looked at the beautiful Wu Yuzhen, waiting for her reaction and her response. Wu Yuzhen looked at Lily, who had been silent throughout the meeting as she stood behind Bai Zimin with a slight smile. She couldn't help but feel inferior to this girl whose face was nothing out of this world. In the end, Wu Yuzhen realized how pathetic she must look at this moment. But what frustrated her most was her own indecisiveness. At first, Wu Yuzhen felt only a slight attraction to the young man in front of her. This slight attraction was born out of her curiosity about him and his strength. However, as the days and weeks went by, this slight attraction gradually grew from attraction to liking. Wu Yujun gradually became enchanted by the strong and firm but at the same time caring and kind personality that Bai Zimin could show when facing those who were still young and powerless. She slowly began to realize that while he was strong, terrifyingly strong like no one she had ever seen before, he was also a person of flesh and blood who made mistakes and got tired. A few days ago, when Wu Yujun received the walker freezing staff and the rest of the equipment that Bai Zimin forged to her, as she read the description of the item, she realized that he had persevered even after so many failures. At that time, Wu Yujun believed that she had fallen in love with him and just by not seeing him for a couple of days her heart felt empty. However, now she realized that her crush was nothing more than a joke. The word love and the feeling it represented could mean many things to different people. But Wu Yujun was always one of those people who believed that love was everything. For love, a person should be willing to go to hell itself even if it meant not coming back. However, she was hesitating about something so simple. Curious and lost, Wu Yujun couldn't help but look at Lily and ask, "May I know what you will do?" "Me?" Lilith in her human form was noticeably surprised as she did not expect someone to suddenly speak to her. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Wu Yujun pursued, "Will you join Bai Zimin in this wild scheme he devised?" Lily chuckled and said as if it was the most natural thing in the world, "Why wouldn't I? Let alone follow him with something as simple as this, even if he wishes to oppose God and the Demon Lord I will be his partner." Wu Yujun was silent as she listened to the woman's reply in front of her. Like the rest inside the hall, her eyes were filled with surprise, and the way she looked at this woman changed completely. Wasn't this love? She thought. Compared to the resolution in Lily's gaze, Wu Yujun felt like a little girl playing peek-a-boo. In fact, Shang Guanbing Shui also looked at Lily strangely. Her eyes had a strange glint in them but her expression did not reveal her inner thoughts. Bai Zimin did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Lilith's words. In contrast to Wu Yujun and the other people in the room, he knew that Lilith did not say such words out of blindness or love, she said it because she was confident in his talent and potential and needed his help in the future. Even so, his heart that had been locked by a stone shell had for the first time a small crack. The crack was so small that it could practically be ignored, but a crack was a crack. Everything big was once small. Regardless of her motives, Lilith's words rang full of confidence and completely true from Bai Zimin's point of view. The fact that she, who knew better than anyone how powerful the two existences she mentioned were, said she would be on his side even if he wanted to overthrow them, represented a lot to him.